thing is public money. You are using public money, correct? So you are answerable. Then any other thing apart from this, why you are answerable? Elected by the people. Okay, then ministers. Yeah. Any other reasons apart from this? Assume that if you are a district collector, no one is questioning you, and you can run your office as per your wish. So what is the maximum thing can happen? No one will question you. You go to the office, you do anything you want. No one is going to check you what you are doing. So ultimately, what happens there? Most important aspect is results in corruption, correct? So if there is no one to monitor you, that results in corruption. So write down the few objectives of accountability. So misuse of power, correct? Responsibility, okay. Decisions have direct impact on general public. Autocracy, okay. Okay then. So write down the first point is why we need to have accountability. To eliminate corruption in public services. Eliminate corruption in public services. Second, effective use of public resources. So effective use of public resources for socio-economic development. For socio-economic development. So what is this effective use of public resources means? My basic question is in India we are highly efficient? So we know that in college days efficiency means what? Basic question is the Indians is that we are highly efficient. Okay, is that as a normal human being is that we are efficient? Most of the time what we always do is not only wasting the resources, most of the time we can see that what we call it as procrastination. What is procrastination means? That's a very technical term. Procrastination is nothing but postponing things, correct? Okay, what about us right now in civil services? Is that we are doing or not? Is that we are postponing things or not, correct? For example, your study plans, correct? Take out your study plans. Never in our 6 months of preparation, even a single day, we are able to finish off the plan, correct? So we are, as a humans, we are highly inefficient. So if there should be someone to check it, whether we are doing it properly or not. Or else what happens is resources are being wasted. So efficient use of public resources ensured by accountability. Okay. Third one is to avoid misuse of discretionary power. Avoid misuse of discretionary power. So can anyone say what this discretionary power means? What is this discretionary power? English term, that's it. Not technical is required. What does discretionary power means? Okay, what is discretionary power is? Decisions on your own. Okay, any other way of saying what is discretionary power means? Online candidates. So, authority is there. Please understand, if you are a civil servant, as a district collector or SP, there's a term called discretionary power. What does that discretionary power means? Take your decisions on own, correct? Right? Independent. You are not answerable to anyone, correct? Right now in our Indian system, who got the discretionary powers? Governor and president. President has situational discretion. Governor has a constitutional discretion. So you are not answerable for your actions. Please understand, this also applies for civil servants. In civil service also, if you are a district collector, there are certain domains where you can enjoy the discretionary power. No one is going to question you why you took that decision. A great example of misuse of discretionary power, you know this 2G spectrum issue. Please understand, it's not a corruption. 2G spectrum issue. So who was the minister during that time? A. Raja, correct? He misused his discretionary power. What is misuse the discretionary power means? While allocating the spectrum, he made the change in rules saying that first come first serve basis. Why it's wrong? First come first serve basis. So government says that we are going to sell the spectrum. for telecommunication. And he put a rule saying that who is approaching the government first, we will give the spectrum. It's a good way of doing things. If you use a logical sense, what should be the basis on which you need to allocate the spectrum? Auction is one. Apart from auction, what the other one is? Auction is one. Apart from auction, what means the other one is? How you select a company? Based on their experiences, correct? First come, first serve basis means if you got the money, you go and buy the spectrum. After that, they doesn't know how to run the business, correct? So these are all misused by using discretionary power. So accountability ensures that you are not misusing the discretionary power. Okay. Finally, fourth one. To enhance public trust and confidence. Enhance the public trust and confidence in governance. In governance. So these are some of the objectives of accountability. Why we need to have accountability in our system. Okay. Next thing is mechanisms. Shall I go for the next page? What about online candidates? Can we go for the next page? So next thing is mechanism. It's a tabular column on a traditional mechanism. Traditional mechanism. Accountability for what? Accountability to whom? Means of accountability and problems. So just have this tabular column. ACC means accountability. Traditional mechanism, accountability for what? Accountability to whom? Means of accountability and problems. Okay, assume that you are a minister in India by 1960s. Where you are answerable if you are a minister? Which is the institution you are answerable? By 1960, Parliament. Okay, first traditional mechanism is you can put legislature or we can put as Parliament. For a common man understanding, put as Parliament. So in Parliament, what type of questions can be asked? Right now, if you are a minister, in Parliament, what type of questions can be asked? Or for what you are answerable in Parliament, if you are a minister? Either you can be a Prime Minister, Home Minister, Defense Minister. What are the questions they'll ask in Parliament? Any major aspects? Act. Okay, one is you can relate with policy making. So you are answerable for policy making, correct? My basic question is recently which act is highly debated in India and also in Parliament? Which act? Which Farms Act is one. Apart from Farms Act, previously there was another act being discussed a lot in India. CAA, correct? Citizenship Amendment Act. That's a policy question, correct? Why you are doing like this? Okay, next thing is policy implementation. So if you are a minister, you are answerable for policy implementation. So right now we can see that during Corona time, which minister was highly questioned during Corona time? Which minister was highly questioned? One is Health Minister. Apart from Health Minister, Finance Minister, correct? Finance Minister was asked a lot of questions. What you are doing for the economy? Last 1 year we didn't do anything. So and also you know that there's a peculiarity of Indian economy, correct? What the peculiarity is, what percentage of Indian economy is dominated by informal sector? You know what is the difference between formal and informal? Is that being taught? So what percentage of Indian economy is dominated by informal sector? Any idea? 70. You can take a guess, no issues. 60. Please go and check what percentage of economy is informal economy. Majority is informal economy. Okay. And there was a question with the finance minister what we can do for it, correct? So ultimately what the reply of the finance minister for it? Any idea? Act of God, correct? Okay, we can't do anything. Only God need to find it. So a minister cannot say all these things, correct? So policy implementation. Literally, they were asking, okay, as a finance minister, what are the schemes you are going to do for them? All these things, correct? And finally, you are also answerable for financial decisions. You are answerable for financial decisions. You can see that February, March budget debates entirely focused on financial decisions, correct? And accountable to whom? That's the most important thing. Who can ask the question if you are a minister? MPs, correct? So always we have a notion that it is always opposition parties. Please understand, in reality, in parliament, anyone can question the government, not only opposition party MPs, correct? So accountable to whom as people representatives. People representatives. People representatives. To understand this, can you say right now which MP in BJP is questioning the government a lot, even when compared with opposition MPs? Can you say which MP is that? You know that there's a BJP MP called Subramanya Swamy, correct? I don't know how many of you saw this video. Once he was in Chennai airport, where economy was slowing down in India. A reporter asked, what do you think about economy? And he really said that in Delhi, no one knows economy. Finance minister doesn't know economy. Prime minister doesn't know economy. Okay, and the economy will be like this only. And he even said that, said the suggestion to the government, find someone who knows economy. Whom he is referring? Find someone who knows economy. He's referring to himself, correct? In the BJP, I am the only person who knows economy. Okay, please make me as a finance minister. Okay. And no one questioned him. And please understand, Subramanya Swamy is the most knowledgeable person. But he has a lot of, value system is the biggest problem. Basic thing is why he's not made as the minister in the present government. Any idea? He's the most knowledgeable one. I think he teaches in some foreign university. I think Harvard or Cambridge, he teaches there, economics. And what is the problem? Why he's not made as a minister? Even this was asked to him by a media. Why you are not made as a minister? And he gave a reply, you also know that why I was not made as a minister. If I made the finance minister or defense minister, within a month I'll say that I never like finance minister, defense minister, I want to be the prime minister. So prime minister also knows this. So that is the reason he never made me as a minister, right? And in the same economic question, there was another person asking, a reporter asking, P. Chidambaram as a Congress MP is commenting a lot about economy. What's your viewpoint? And he said that he's my student. Okay. And go and ask him while he was studying in my paper, he got C grade. C grade means lowest grade. So what he's literally saying, he also doesn't know economy. Okay, I was his teacher. I know what's his grade. Okay, he also doesn't know economy. Ultimately, what he says is India means I'm the only person who knows economy. So please understand, people representative can be from any party, not only from ruling party, even opposition parties can also ask the questions. And means of accountability. Can you say what are the mechanisms based on which government can be questioned or ministers can be questioned? RTI is very different. I'm asking within the parliamentary mechanisms. What are the procedures or mechanism based on which as a minister you're answerable? First one is questioner. That's great. First one is questioner. Please understand, questioner is the most powerful tool. And even a scam is being unearthed based on questioner. Mundra scam. So Mundra scam was unearthed based on questionnaire. One MP asking a question about this particular scheme. What is this Mundra scam? It's happened during the Prime Minister of Nehru. They are investing government money, LIC money in some private players. And Nehru found out that corruption was involved. So he wanted to resolve within the government. But there was one MP in parliament asking the question, what is happening in Mundra? Say the answer to us. Can anyone say who will be that MP? Any intelligent prediction? During Nehru time, who can question Nehru? Please understand, Nehru is a charismatic leader. Like right now, Prime Minister Modi, most charismatic. People loved him. No one dare question him. Can anyone have an idea who was the person question Nehru? Any intelligent guess? Who can question Nehru? Who was the other leaders during the time? Lal Bahadur Shastri is one. Any other personality? Jayaprakash Narayan, Patel, okay, Vajpayee. Please understand that question was asked by Feroz Gandhi. Who is Feroz Gandhi? Any idea? Who's Feroz Gandhi? Son-in-law of Nehru. Okay. You are able to remember this Vasul Raja MBBS or Munna Bhai MBBS, correct? Sitting inside the class and asking a lot of questions. Like that, he was sitting in the parliament asking a lot of questions with the Nehru, correct? So even there was one comedy. That's correct, son-in-law of Nehru. Okay, one comedy was that it's a Congress meeting after independence. Nehru said to all the party members, please make sure that when you come for meeting, never take your family members, especially your wife and kids, to family as a Congress meeting. We are here for political meeting. Suddenly one person raised their hand. Who was that person? Was Feroz Gandhi. He said in the meeting, my wife is not listening to me. I already said that you should not come along with me. But she says that my father is a leader. And Nehru was embarrassed there, correct? He was saying to the all party member, don't take the family, but his daughter is not listening to his her husband, correct? That's like Munna Bhai or Vasul Raja only happening there. So one is question hour. Similarly, before question hour, another one is we have 0 hour. 0 hour is please understand, it's Indian Innovation Legislative Procedures. Go and check, that can be a prelims question. Indian Innovation Legislative Procedures, correct? Then apart from this, we have committees. We have committee systems. Can you list out some of the important committees in our Indian parliamentary system? Important committees. Public Accounts Committee is there, Estimates Committee is there, correct? And Parliamentary Departmental Committees are there. This can also be a prelims question. Is that committee is finished in polity? Okay, can you say in which committee the members is all from Lok Sabha? That's correct. Estimates Committee, correct? So in which committee chairman will be an opposition member? Which committee is that chairman is an opposition member? It's a convention, it's a practice. Every time the chairman will be opposition member. That is PAC, Public Accounts Committee. Please go and check this committees and functions. That can be a simple polity question. Okay, committee is one. Apart from committee, what are the other mechanisms we have in parliament to question the government apart from this? Next, we have budget. So budget is the biggest mechanism on which financial decisions are being questioned. In that, we have cut motions. We have cut motions. Is that they taught in polity, this cut motions? What are 3 types of cut motions? Policy cut motion, economic cut motion, and token cut motion. And in which cut motion government need to resign? Any idea? In which cut motion government need to resign? If that cut motion is passed in the parliament, government need to resign, correct? That's policy cut motion. Policy cut motion is similar to no confidence motion. I assume that it's all dealt in polity. I'm going fast. Okay. So budget, we have cut motions. Please go and check. This can also be a prelims question. What are the different cut motions? And also we have CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General. So these are some of the mechanisms on which government is being questioned or ministers being questioned. Can you list out the problems here? Why it's not effective? Though we have the mechanisms, why it's not effective? Why parliament is not effective in accountability mechanism? What may be the reason for this? Majority, correct? One is domination of majority party. So you know that in Indian constitution or Indian democracy, what the condition is, you need to have the majority in Lok Sabha to form the government. Once you got the majority, you are able to control the Lok Sabha. So all this can be compromised there. Then apart from this, what will be the other reasons why a parliament is not effective? Any other reasons? Accountability means you need to question the government. What about our MPs? What are the problem for MPs? Defections are very microscopic. Apart from this very general one, general problems of MPs. Why they are not good in questioning the government? Not only lack of enthusiasm, the most important thing is lack of expertise, correct? So most of the MPs are not aware what is happening around them, correct? Lack of expertise is the biggest problem. Right now we have this data protection bill, you know this data protection bill. For technology, we are going with this data protection bill. My question is our MPs can understand this data protection bill? Literally no, correct? Most of them never understand what is this data, what is this protection, correct? So, simple thing to say that is, in parliament, if you go and say to the MPs, mouse means, for most of them, what will be the assumption mouse means? So, in data protection bill, you are saying a provision regarding with the term like mouse is there and all those things. Ultimately, what our MPs will be assuming is, okay, why in parliament they are discussing about this, correct? So, that's the level of awareness. So, lack of expertise, domination of majority party, then any other aspects why parliament is not effective. Evolutionary? Devolution to executive. It's very technical. Okay, this is a term, you use it. But answer writing, it's not required. Delegated legislation. Delegated legislation. So, delegated legislation means where government is allowed to make the laws. That's called delegated legislation, which makes government most powerful. Then apart from this, what will be the other problems? If you take all these things, what will be the other problems? Operation of questionnaire. Okay, that we can put as simply disruptions. So parliament is always known for disruptions, correct? And this is said by our former president, Pranab Mukherjee. Parliament need to perform 3 functions, 3 Ds. One is discuss, debate, dissent. And he said that this is the most important thing for a parliament. Discuss, debate and dissent. And 4th D is very dangerous. What is that 4th D is? Disruption. He said that should not be disruption. You can use this as an introduction for your answer writing in GS polity. Any parliament questions. Okay, go and check Pranab Mukherjee's 3D. Okay. So disruption is another biggest problem. And apart from this, what will be the other thing is lack of time. So lack of time. As a power of speaker is there, sometimes speaker portion is being misused. Okay, that is there. Lack of time is, we know that parliament is not 24/7, correct? What are 3 sessions in the parliament? What are 3 sessions in the parliament? Budget session is there. Apart from budget session, monsoon session is there. Winter session is there. Any summer session? Sometimes we are not conscious enough. If there's a choice is given, or a logical one is when you say winter means what the next thing we always assume is summer, correct? So lack of time. Apart from this, there's a procedure called Guillotin. Is that they taught in politic Guillotin, Guilltion, Guillotin. Anyone have an idea what this Guillotin means? That's there. What is Guillotin means? We know that budget. So budget, how many ministries are there in India? Approximate, not perfect one. If you take union government, how many ministries are there? Any approximate numbers? So 25 is very less. Apart from 25, what will be the level of number of ministries? Approximate numbers. No perfect number is required. Okay, 50 plus. Okay, assume that there are 50 ministries are there, correct? My question is, in every year budget, is that the proposal of all the 50 ministries are being discussed? Do you believe it? What are the major ministries? What are the major ministries in India? Finance is there, defense is there, correct? Health is there, agriculture is there. Similarly, we have Ministry of Women and Child Development, Rural Development, Water, Jal Shakti. A lot of ministries are there. And you know that budget session is for 2 or 3 months. In that they cannot discuss all the budget proposals. What is Guillotin means? On the last day of budget session, without discussion, they pass all the bills. That is called Guillotin process. The reason is lack of time. This is part of our parliamentary procedures. And if disruption is happening, for example, in budget session, disruption is happening. Ultimately, what government will do is, last day, they sit and, without any discussion, pass all the bills. That's called Guillotin process. This minimizes the accountability of government. So, accountability of parliament. So, any other problems in parliament apart from this? Okay, post-mortem effect. Okay. So, another thing is, I'll write it here. Post-mortem. It's a medical term, post-mortem. What is post-mortem medical aspect is? So fear of political status. Okay. My question is, what is post-mortem as a medical term? After death, you're going to find the reason for the death. CAG is doing the same thing. What CAG is doing the same thing is, if a corruption happened in an Indian system, CAG is going to find the cause for the corruption, but the impact of the corruption is already there in the system. Can you understand the point? So future corruption is stopped, not the existing corruption. That's called post-mortem effect. This is also a problem in a parliamentary system. Okay, please check all these things. So this can also be a question in your mains. Is the audio video clear? Passing large number of bills as a money bill. Okay, that's correct. Okay. So this is first mechanism, traditional mechanism. Shall I go for the next page? Online candidates. Shall I go for the next page? Okay. And the same tabular column, which is the next mechanism. One is parliament, you are answerable in 1960s. Which are the other mechanism you are answerable apart from parliament? Just use your common sense. In parliament, as a minister, they question you. Apart from parliament, which may be the other mechanism, they can question you. Huh? You can use your intelligent guess, correct? If you are in 1960, you are the Minister of Finance or Minister of Defense. Parliament, they'll question you. Apart from parliament, court. Next thing is judicial system. Next thing is judicial system. So we'll see that. First we'll go for court, then we go for media. Okay, that's great. First one is judicial system. In this, you are answerable for policy making plus policy implementation plus financial decision, similar to parliament. So you are answerable for all the three. To whom you are answerable? Who can question you in the court system is? Okay, judges, correct? Judges. Please understand, implied meaning is all are people representatives and they are representing the people interest. Okay. Judges. What are mechanism based on which they can question you? If you are a minister, on what basis judiciary can question you? There are some constitutional provisions. What are those constitutional provisions? Suo motu is a mechanism, is a way. My question is, there are some constitutional article clearly saying that judiciary can intervene in your work, okay, and they can question you on these grounds. Can you identify what are the constitutional articles? Judicial review. One is judicial review, correct? That's correct. Article 13. So Article 13 is a judicial review. What does judicial review means? So when a law is made in India, judiciary can check whether the law is within the boundaries of the constitution, especially fundamental rights. So that's Article 13. Similarly, we have Article 32. Article 32 is writ jurisdiction. And what this aspect is, when you are implementing the policies, if there is any violation of fundamental rights, citizen can reach to the highest court. And this also potential prelims question. Okay, how many writs are there? Article 32 is there and similarly Article 226 is there, correct? So what are different types of writs? Habeas corpus, okay, mandamus, certiorari, prohibition, quo warranto, correct? The question is habeas corpus can be issued against private individuals? I'm asking private individual. For example, if a wife go and file a case in court saying that my child need to be taken from my husband, can we file a habeas corpus? Is it correct? Against government official we know, correct? Okay, just check that, whether it's being applied against privates or not, habeas corpus. Quo warranto? What does quo warranto means? Okay, on what qualification the person is occupying the position of the authority, correct? That's called quo warranto, correct? Please understand, UPS will not ask very simple question. Go and check the conditions of this writs. Which are the writs applied against judicial systems? Judicial system, which are against the judicial systems. Prohibition is one. Apart from prohibition, certiorari, correct? So what is the difference between these two? Administration also, correct? If you are not knowing it, don't get bothered. Go and do a basic work on it. UPSC will not ask very basic questions. If you are asking, it's very lucky you are. But most of the time they take the writ and compare with the other writ and they go for the extra conditions of that writ. Please work on it. Okay. So simple thing is right now after in Jammu and Kashmir, you know this after this taking Article 370 out in Jammu and Kashmir, which writ is highly used? Because most of the political leaders are in house arrest, correct? So what writ they are using? What writ they are using is because government says you are in house arrest, but people file a habeas corpus to know that whether they are alive or not. Can you understand the point? So these are the clues based on which UPS will take the questions. Okay. So Article 32 and 226. Then apart from this, PIL, public interest litigations. So these are the mechanisms on which judiciary will question the government. PIL, public interest litigations. Can you list out the problems of judiciary? Why judiciary is not effective? What are problems in judicial systems? One is delayed justice. So delayed justice can be equated as denied justice. Okay, that can be it. One is delayed justice. Then apart from this, what are problems in judicial system? Collegium, how collegium can be a problem? So collegium is regarding appointment process. Okay, that is very different. My question is regarding the questioning of government. Why judiciary is not effective? Because that's delayed justice. It takes longer time to deliver the justice. Then apart from this, advisory, not advice, they can implement it. What we call it as judicial overreach is the biggest problem for the government, correct? Judiciary coming and giving the orders, this need to be done, correct? For example, another one you can also put as corruption. So corruption is another biggest problem in judicial system. So can you say in India, which is the highly corrupt department or highly corrupt institution, which is a highly corrupt institution in Indian system? Your guess, that's it. Perfect answer is not required. Please understand, we always think that police, correct? Please understand, entire administration, police is the least corrupt. Why as a common man we feel that police is highly corrupt is? Because not only in front of us, we are giving our money, correct? So we are giving 100 rupees, 500 rupees and we think that these persons are highly corrupt, how India will develop. Please understand, police persons are the lowest ladder of corruption. At the maximum, they can get 500 or 1000. Beyond that, they can't go, correct? But which is a highly corrupt departments are, lot of departments are there. One of the highest is judiciary. They say that if you have the money, you can write your own judgments. That is the level of corruption in judiciary. So the interesting aspect of that corruption is not this happened this time. You know this APJ Abdul Kalam was a president once, correct? Media want to expose the judiciary, corruption in judiciary. In Gujarat, they went for a district judge and got an arrest warrant. And on whose name the arrest warrant was issued was Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Without checking anything, he got the money and put the signature. And in front, there is a clear address of the person to be arrested. Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, President of India. What's his official address? Rashtrapati Bhavan, New Delhi. But he didn't check all those things, got the money, put the arrest warrant and go and arrest him, correct? So that's the level of corruption in judiciary. Judiciary is known for corruption. And apart from this, post-retirement benefits, recently you can see that post-retirement benefits. So what is this post-retirement benefits is? Can you give recent examples for this? Okay, right now you may be the Chief Justice of India. After that, what are the post-retirement jobs you're getting? One is you are the MP of Rajya Sabha. Recent example. And before that, Governor of Kerala. Another good example. Please understand, constitutionally and legally that's correct. You are coming out of judiciary. You are not taking any government position. You are taking a constitutional position. That's governor or MP. But why it's a bad example? Why it's a bad example? Ethically wrong, but constitutionally legally correct. Why ethically wrong? Why ethically wrong? Favoring judgments. Okay, then apart from this, by these two examples, what will be the impact on judiciary? give and take policy. Assume that I'm a judge in Supreme Court, correct? And I'm going to retire by another 1 year. What I can plan is, okay, after retirement, there are opportunities like MPs and governor. So what I want to do is, okay, can anyone say what percentage of cases are against the government in Supreme Court? Any idea? Any approximate value? They said that around 50% of cases in Supreme Court is against the government. So what I will do is, all my judgments will be favorable to the government. In turn, what I expect is either MP or some governor, correct? Right now, it's a bad trend in Indian system. Please understand. So judiciary and executives are two different entities. But because of these recent examples, there may be chances that in judiciary, judgments can favor the governments because of post-retirement benefits. Okay. Then apart from this, any other thing? The next thing is standard of people, that is okay there. Then any other reasons why judiciary is not very effective? Delayed justice, corruption, post-retirement benefits, any other problems apart from this? Why judiciary is not effective? And vacancies is one. So a lot of vacancies are in judiciary. Please understand, when we say vacancy means you should not relate only with Supreme Court. We have a High Court and District Court, correct? This can also be a prelims question. When you take Supreme Court, what is the total strength of judges in Supreme Court? 34. 33 plus 1. Correct? Or 34 plus 1. 32 plus 1, 33 plus 1, 34 plus 1. Which is 1? 30 plus 1. New option, correct? Please check that. What is the total strength of judiciary? The point is, how UPSC can ask you a question is, right from original constitution, what was the strength of judiciary? Can anyone say what was in original constitution 1950 strength of judiciary? 7, 6 plus 1. Are you sure? Just check this. I'm not questioning your knowledge. Please check that in perspective. Right now we have 33 plus 1 or 32 plus 1. In original constitution, what was the strength? If that statement is given, you should know it. So vacancy is another biggest problem, and also why government is not filling those vacancies? They never like judiciary, correct? So please understand. So we know that there is always a clash between judiciary and executives, correct? That clash is always going on. And Supreme Court level, they have proper filling of vacancies. And High Court, there are some High Courts where vacancies are not being filled. So there's always a tussle going on. Please understand, judiciary and executives are independent bodies. Both are required for a democracy. If there is any clash between these institutions, so ultimately how executive try to control it is, how executives try to control it. Please understand, I'm not saying this here to say identify the problems. I think 2 terms before, who was the Chief Justice? I'm not able to recollect his name. Right now we have Babde, before that Gogoi, before that Deepak Mishra, correct? Before Deepak Mishra, you know what? I'm not very sure which personality is that. Before Deepak Mishra, that was the 2 personalities. I think before Deepak Mishra, that was the Chief Justice. That time, where government and judiciary's tussle was very high. Both are fighting against each other. In a public meeting where Prime Minister was sitting, the Chief Justice of India stood on the stage and cried there, saying that please fill the vacancies. We can't fulfill the cases. We are overburdened. Literally 24/7, we are in the court to finish off the case. We can't do it. He was crying there. Crying in public forum, saying the government, please appoint someone. And Prime Minister was sitting and watching him. Okay, you cry. Because that time, this NJAC issue, NJAC, National Judicial Appointment Commission. Regarding appointment processes, there was a tussle between the government and judiciary. How appointment need to be done. And Supreme Court scrapped NJAC. During that time, and government wanted to teach a lesson. So that is always happening there. So that is a tussle. That's the reason why its vacancies are not properly filled. And especially at the district level, a lot of political interferences, all factors are there. Next thing is lack of technology. Judiciary is not using modern technologies, correct? So anyone have an idea? E-courts. Right now, judiciary is moving towards e-courts. It is happening in Hyderabad. Right now in Hyderabad, they are going for e-courts. Similarly, they want to replicate across India. So just check what this E-codes means, modern technologies. That itself creates a lot of delays. So 33 plus 1, someone is putting, okay, 33 plus 1, okay. So this is regarding judicial system. Shall I go for the next page? Next thing is media. Next thing is media, as said. So for what answerable, if you are a minister in media, is again similar to that policy making, policy implementation, and your financial decisions. Policy implementation and your financial decisions. So for all this, you are answerable. And to whom you are answerable is media houses. So you are answerable to media houses. So what are the mechanisms on which they can question you? If you are a minister in media, how they can question you? What are mechanisms? Interviews. Okay, one is the interview. One, they go for interviews. Okay, then apart from this, any other aspects how media can question? Please understand, when you say media means you can put print, electronic, and social media. Print, electronic, and social media. That's called media. So one is by interviews. What are other ways? What are the other ways they can question you if you are a minister? One is they can go for interviews. Next. RTI is very different. Not RTI. For example, if you are running a TV channel, how you question the government? One is by interviews. Apart from this, debate. Next we have national debates. Next we have national debates. Then apart from this, what are the other ways? What are other ways? Questionnaires. Okay. Say questionnaires. So questionnaires. Okay, my spelling may be wrong. Check it. Okay, then apart from this, asking questions via social media similar to that. Any other mechanism apart from this? Can anyone say how corruption is unearthed by media? How corruption is unearthed by media? There's some term for that journalism. Anyone have an idea what that? What term is that? Investigative journalism, correct? So investigative journalism. Investigative journalism. My question is, so what are problems in media houses? Why it's not very effective? Corruption. Okay, corruption is not that much favorable to a ruling party. That's nothing but political media nexus. So political media nexus, correct? So to understand this political media nexus, can you say right now in Tamil Nadu, which are the parties having a news channels? Okay, all parties are having, no party is exceptional, correct? For example, if we take ADMK, what is the party they, what TV channel they have as? JR TV. If we take DMK, Kalainya, Sun TV, correct? And Captain for Captain TV, correct? And Vasant TV is there, and for PMK, Makkal TV is there, correct? So my point is, if you are new to the state of Tamil Nadu and watching these channels, you have different perception, correct? For example, if you watch JR TV, what would be the perception about Tamil Nadu is? Okay, Tamil Nadu is like Singapore. Everything is good, correct? Okay, nothing is bad here and people are very happy. But if you go and watch Kalainya TV, what would be the perception about Tamil Nadu is? Okay, Tamil Nadu is like a Somalia, correct? Everything is worst and robbery is there, people are being killed, correct? So you can literally get confused what is happening here. So political media nexus is the biggest problem. Apart from this, what are other problems in media? Any other problems in media apart from this? Life threat. It's not only life threat. Another thing is media also works for TRP, correct? So they always work for this TRP ratings. Recently, which media got into trouble? Recently, there is one media got into trouble, correct? Fabricating this TRPs. Republic TV. And most of the time, you can see that they focus on this TRP ratings. And in that perspective, sometimes they'll go for sensitizing informations. So, sensitization of informations. What is sensitization of information is, in last 1 year, whose death is highly spoken in media? Whose death is highly spoken in media last 1 year? Sushant Singh Rajput, correct? How many people are dying in India? Okay, thousands are dying, correct? Farmers are dying. People are dying in road accident. Or leave out all these things. Army Jawans are dying in borders, correct? How many army Jawans lost their life in Ladakh crisis? Ladakh, India, China, Ladakh crisis. How many army Jawans lost their life? Army people lost their life. Okay, 20 to 25, correct? We can see that in one day news article. That's it. After that, no one discussed about it. No one thought about it. But for 1 year, there was a huge discussion on this death of Bollywood actor, correct? And there are certain channels where they go for the crime scene, they recreate it. Okay, they see what angle he was lying there. Okay, how he died. All this were happening, correct? Similarly, this is one. Another good example, whose marriage you are able to remember? Whose marriage you are able to remember? Because of media giving too much of attention. Whose marriage you are able to remember? Okay, Bumrah. Recently we have Bumrah, correct? So, apart from Bumrah, all the cricket players and cinestars getting married. Or another recent example is regarding this bomb, correct? Someone's home near, there was a bomb near them, and there was an entire last 2 weeks and all that was the news article. Whose home is that? Ambani, correct? And similarly, we can see across India these problems are there. So sensitizing information. They began to focus on the information which may not be relevant for the people, but that will touch the emotions of the people, they work on it, correct? So that's the biggest problem, sensitizing informations. The next thing is manipulating. Next thing, you can also put fake news. It's very rampant in social media. Fake news is very rampant. Fake news is there in social media perspective. Then apart from this, media trials. So media behaving like a judiciary, media trials. It's also the worst thing. So a good example of this is, we can see that in Tamil Nadu, there was one program, okay, where they discuss about the problems of the family and all these things. What program is that? Solvadella Mulmai, correct? Never in my life we should not watch that channel, correct? Right now it's being banned. And once you watch that channel for 2 or 3 days, perception about the society changes, correct? And you can see that how the program is being conducted. You can script it. After 10 minutes, there will be a crying scene. After another 10 minutes, there will be a fight scene, correct? So there will be a phone call. All this will be there, correct? So media trial is another biggest problem. So, and can you say in which channel, news channel, this happens a lot, media trial? In which channel, which news channels this happens a lot, correct? Media trial. Media trial means the anchor will be sitting and he'll ask a question, but he'll not allow the others to answer. And they need to accept his answers, correct? Apart from that, I'm asking in India level, there is one channel very famous for it, correct? They literally got irritated, correct? So, you know, that's Republic TV, correct? Arnab Goswami. Okay, Man Ki Baat is very different. Okay, so please understand, that is the reason our Prime Minister never comes for two-way communication and all. What our Prime Minister always do is, I'll speak, you hear. Okay, no, never ask me any questions. I'll come in radio, speak for 40 minutes, you ask and go, correct? Anything you come to Facebook, www.pichumani.com, you come there, we'll see that, correct? So this media trial is one of the biggest problems. So these are the problems in media houses, correct? One is political media nexus, TRP, sensitizing of information, fake news and media trial. And to understand how media works, there's one Bollywood movie. If you are free, you can watch it. Probably this is not the time. Pipli Live. There's a movie called Pipli Live. What is the storyline of that movie is, a farmer says that he's going to commit suicide. He asks all the media to come to his village. On that day, he will not commit suicide. And what happens? Media will not go back. They began to run behind him. Wherever he goes, they take the camera and go. When you are going to commit suicide, please commit suicide. That's called what we call the sensitizing informations or TRPs. Okay, that's a very good movie. If you are free, watch it. So media is one such mechanism. What is the other mechanism is? So Tamil movie is also there. Correct? So what maybe the other mechanism is? Right now we saw three mechanisms. One is judiciary, media and parliament. Which may be the other mechanism where you are answerable if you are a minister. Traditional mechanism, 50s and 60s. So presidents, we can see it later. Then any other mechanism. There is another mechanism where a direct relation with the people. People can ask you the questions, you are answerable there. Not stage meetings. When we'll have the stage meeting is, every day they'll not do it. When we'll have the stage meeting is elections. Next thing is elections. Next thing is elections. So elections. So when you say elections, you are answerable for political mandate. You are answerable for political mandate. Political mandates are nothing but promises. Can you remember what are the promises made? Okay, huh? Washing machine, correct? Right now in Tamil Nadu, it's very heating up, correct? So what are promises made by the different parties in Tamil Nadu? We have next 1 month election is there. What are promises they are making is? Huh? Okay, for example, the two dominant parties, they are making promises if we win the elections. For housewives, we are going to give 1,000 rupees, one party, another party 1,500. Then apart from this, what are other things? Government job for every home. Who promised it? ADMK, okay, government job. Another party has also said that I'm going to give a car. Okay, I don't know how many of you know it, correct? Okay, Seaman. Seaman said that. What is that? Free electricity, free water, free health. Everything is free. 4. Government will be gone. Everything, if it is given free, means government will not be gone, correct? And we can see that Tamil Nadu is very famous for this, correct? Car to a family, that's correct. So even Prime Minister promised this 15 lakhs, correct? Okay, that is also there. So all comes under what we call as political mandate or political promises, where people can question you on that. And apart from this, you are answerable to the people. This is the mechanism on which you are answerable directly to the people. The next thing is, what is the mechanism is election process. So mechanism for accountability is election process. And here comes the problems. So what are problems in Indian elections? So what are problems in Indian elections? There are a lot of problems there. What is the biggest problem in Indian elections? Cash for vote. The first biggest problem is money power. Money power, correct? Okay. So first we'll discuss and go for it. So money power, can anyone say which state is very famous for this money power? Okay, money as a means for buying votes. Which state is very famous for it? Please understand, for entire India, Tamil Nadu is very famous for it. Even Election Commission gave a tag called Thirumangalam effect. This is said for entire India by Election Commission. Cash for vote is nothing but Thirumangalam effect. What does Thirumangalam effect means? Once there was a by-election in Madurai constituency, Thirumangalam, and Election Commission clearly knows that money is being distributed. Can anyone say what was the money distributed during that time? I think 5, 6 years or 10 years before. I'm not very sure. That time 2,000 per vote. That was given. If it is 5 members there in the family, 10,000 is given for each vote. Election Commission knows that money is being distributed. But the problem is, they doesn't know how it is being distributed. That comes the innovation of our all politicians. The most innovative minds, correct? So can anyone have an idea how money was distributed? How money was distributed? What are the mechanisms on which money was distributed during that time? Morning newspaper, you open up, party symbol with the money. They poured the milk, inside there will be a money, correct? So that's the level of innovation. From that, extreme happened. When the extreme happened, which constituency election extreme happened in Tamil Nadu? RK Nagar elections, correct? So when you go for RK Nagar elections, the extreme happened. Again, innovation comes into picture. Okay, one is 20 rupees is a token money given. Based on that, one person won the election, correct? He said that, I'll give you 20 rupees, give this as a token. Once I win the election, you come back and give 20 rupees, I'll give the money. See the innovations, correct? You may be an IAS officer clearing UPSC with the All India rank 1. Literally, you can't stop them. So that is one. During the same time also, what the other parties did is, they came and give banana to the families. And election commission never know that why during election time they're giving bananas. Later only they know that in that banana they remove the middle pulp and roll it with currency notes. For example, if they give 10 or 15 bananas to you, in that 2 or 3 bananas in the middle they'll take out the pulp and just roll it with currency notes and give it to you. From outside seems to be some relatives coming and seeing you. But reality they are distributing the money. Similarly, they also used effectively this e-commerce sites during the time. What is e-commerce sites is four members, 10,000 per vote, 40,000, correct? They come and ask you to go for Amazon or Flipkart, which TV you want, LED, LCD, you just mark it, they pay the price, put the address, everything get delivered. And please understand, election commission is breaking his heads to stop money power in Tamil Nadu. Is that for this elections, election commission has appointed special expenditure observers. They appointed so many people for that in Tamil Nadu to stop money supply. Even if you see in Anna Nagar, every corner police are standing, correct? The primary reason is to check whether money is being distributed or not. But the point is, you can put 1,000 policemen, FBI, CBI, you can put anyone, but our politicians know how to distribute the money, correct? So money is the biggest problem, money power. I think you are able to remember this container. Last MLA election, container worth of 500 crores get caught in Tamil Nadu, correct? That's a classic example. But what about North India? What about North India? Which dominates in North India? Please understand, what dominates in North India is muscle power, correct? Even people in North India is getting irritated. Why they're getting irritated is, for Tamil Nadu and all, Tamil Nadu or southern states, for each vote they're giving 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. But in North India, what the money is being given, any idea? 100 rupees, 200 rupees, correct? So they are questioning where is the democracy in corruption, correct? South India, we have very good democracy there, but North, there is no such thing. Muscle power is the most dominant one in North India. A good example for understanding this is, which are the states going for elections right now, state elections? West Bengal is one, apart from West Bengal. Assam is one, apart from Assam. Kerala and Tamil Nadu. My question is, in Tamil Nadu, how many phases are there in elections? How many phases are there in elections? One day, entire Tamil Nadu is going for voting, correct? Can you say in West Bengal, how many phases are there? Not 3 phases, 8 phases of election in West Bengal. One of the major reasons for this thing is this one, muscle power. If you conduct one day election in West Bengal, literally you can see that muscle power dominating the elections. So what election commission is trying to do is, entire state election is divided into 8 phases and they are putting all the services, especially uniform services, very effectively there to stop this muscle power. So that's the biggest problem in North India. Muscle power dominates. And next thing is money power. Then what are other problems in Indian elections? Next thing is lower participation. Lower participation, correct? So can anyone say what percentage of Indians are taking part in elections? Out of 100 people, how many people are voting in Indian elections? On average, 60 to 70. Rural India, urban India, which is worst in it? Rural India, urban India, which is worst in it? Urban India, correct? What are voting percentage in urban India? Any predictions? It's around 40 to 45%, correct? Please understand, MLA elections are happening in Tamil Nadu. Anna Nagar is a constituency. If you go and check the voting percentage in Anna Nagar, it will be 40 to 45%. Voting percentage is very less in India, especially in urban India. Low voters participation, correct? Can I say in which country voting is compulsory? In India, it's not compulsory. In India, it's a wish of the people. Whether they want to vote, they can vote it, or else it's no problem. Can I say in which country voting is compulsory? If you are a citizen, you need to vote there. Any idea? Any intelligent guess? Or else you'll be fined. Your benefits are taken out. Which country is a good example? So please understand, in Australia, it's compulsory. You need to vote in Australia. It's very compulsory one. For example, in India, it's not there. And can anyone say what are the reforms happening in India regarding elections? Reforms in elections. Okay, we'll check it later. So one is lower participation, muscle power, money power. And next thing is Paid news, another biggest problem in election times. What is paid news means? It seems to be a general article, either in print or electronic media, but actually it is funded by a party or an individual. That's called paid news. When you say paid news means, you check that in Maharashtra. In Google, just check this. That is, Maharashtra is known for paid news. So these are some of the problems in elections. Any other problems in elections apart from this? Money power, muscle power. And next thing, you'll also put communal politics. So communal politics is another biggest problem in election. That is use of religion and caste. And what a good example of communal politics recently in India? Any good example of communal politics recently in India? Okay, one is reservation in Tamil Nadu. I'm saying India level, recent example is one where communal politics can be effectively used. Recently, some temple is being constructed, correct? Ram temple, correct? That itself enough for the ruling party to gain the popularity, correct? So communal politics. So these are some of the problems in elections, correct? So false voting, okay. And also we have advertisements right now in Tamil Nadu, correct? So all parties are coming out with advertisement. DMK, ADMK, correct? Okay, and YouTube. எல்லாத்துலயும் வருவாங்க அவங்க, correct? YouTube and all TVs they come, correct? So right now in Tamil Nadu, elections are transforming. Last elections and all, there is no advertisements. This elections, you can see that lot of advertisements are being done, and people's approach is also changing, correct? And any interesting thing about this Tamil Nadu election is, this is the first elections where what is missing in Tamil Nadu? Because in Tamil Nadu, people always go for election with one strong mind. What that mind is? Find the leader, correct? In Tamil Nadu, people always go for a strong leader. Who are the two personalities? Who are the two personalities dominating Tamil Nadu elections? Jayalalitha and Kalaignar. Both personalities are not there in Tamil Nadu. This is the first time the elections are happening without any strong leaders. Previous elections and all, you can see that these two people are dominating the election process. One is Kalaignar. And how he comes and convinces the people, any idea? Anyone have watch that? How he convinced the people? He comes to the he comes to the public and okay, this is the last time. Okay, so that may be a point, correct? So Tamil sentiment is one. Apart from this, Kalaignar as a personality, he comes and convinces the people by saying what are his achievements in the government. Simple to say that he pleads with the people. Please understand, I have done all these things. Please vote for me. Okay, I may be the right guy. And sometimes he plays with this also, correct? Okay, so based on the sentiments. What about Jayalalitha? What about Jayalalitha's way of convincing the people? Okay, not only bold approach, she comes out with a statement in such a way that vote poduvirgala, correct? Whether you vote for me or not. Okay. Or else she'll be, okay, what is the interpretation of the thing is, she say all these things and says to the people, please vote for me. More authoritative terms. What the interpretation of the other point is, vote podlina setruvinga, correct? Okay. Go and check her all her political campaign and all. She will be very authoritative. She says, these are the things what I did. Vote for me. Only symbol you need to remember is red color, correct? You need to remember this leaves, correct? So she literally threatened the voters, correct? Please go and vote for me. Okay. So that's the two different characters in Tamil Nadu. So right now we don't have it. This is the first election. It's also political fate of lot of personalities. So right now, how many chief minister candidates are there in Tamil Nadu? How many chief minister candidates are there in Tamil Nadu? Okay, one is DMK, one party is there. ADMK is there. Kamal Hassan is there. Seeman is there, correct? Yeah, TTV there is correct. Everyone is a chief minister candidate in Tamil Nadu, correct? So let's see what happens here. Okay, what's your hope? Okay, who according to you may be the person win the elections? Your prediction? Maybe wrong, right? Stalin. ADMK, correct? So no one knows because the last day of election determines everything because Tamil Nadu what determines is money power only, correct? So let's see. So elections is one. That's the next one is executives. Next one is executives. TT. Executives. So for what you are answerable is, what is executives means? Okay, right now if you're a district collector, who's the superior for you? Who's the superior for you? Even if you're a district collector, who's the superior for you? Based on their direction, you need to work. Chief Secretary is one. Apart from Chief Secretary, you also have ministers. All comes under the title of executives, correct? You are answerable for policy implementation. You are answerable for policy implementation and financial decisions. You are answerable for policy implementation and financial decisions. So to whom you are answerable is, one is your seniors. So if you are district collector, you are answerable to chief secretary or any other seniors, departmental heads. Then you are answerable for political executives. You are answerable for political executives. So to understand this, assume that you are a district collector in Tamil Nadu. Which district is very tough to work? Which district is very tough to work in Tamil Nadu? Madurai. Okay, Madurai is one. Apart from this, your prediction, that's it. Chennai is one, correct? Please understand which district is very tough apart from administrative dimension. Please understand, if you are a district collector in Salem, what happens there? District collector in Salem, correct? Administrative challenges are there. Apart from this, if something goes wrong, who will be the person calling you? Who will be the person calling? If something goes wrong in a district and there is some problem in a district and the entire media is focusing on it, who will be calling you? Okay, Chief Minister will be calling you. The current Chief Minister constituency is Salem, correct? And he will be calling you and ask what is happening there, correct? How many of you know this personality, Rohini? Rohini IAS, correct? District Collector of Salem. Once she was being, warned by the Chief Minister's office. That you know what is the reason? Because she was efficient also, but apart from that, she also loves media attention. So wherever she goes along with the press and take the photos and take a video of what she was doing, correct? And there was once a Chief Minister function in Salem that was not properly arranged. They called up and say, you are very much interested in media, not in work. Please cut short all these things. Do the work properly. This was said to a district collector from Chief Minister's office. What you are doing as an official. Right now, which is the most tougher district is, administrative wise, there are a lot of districts, but political wise, you can see that where the Chief Minister represents the constituency, correct? So political executives also questioning you. And apart from this, independent bodies. Apart from this, independent bodies. So what are these independent bodies is? For example, NHRC. National Human Rights Commission, correct? To understand what is NHRC, you can see that in movies, especially police movies. After encounter, what is the next scene is? Without any thought process, you know, after the encounter, what will be the next scene is? Human Rights Commission, correct? Hero will be standing in front of 4 people and giving punch dialogues there, correct? Okay, why I killed that guy and all those things. So NHRC is one. Apart from this, we have CIC. Chief Information Commission, where you are answerable. All independent bodies, not part of government. And similarly, we have vigilance. So vigilance departments. So these are some independent bodies where you are answerable. Okay. The next thing is, what are the mechanisms? One is based on reports. So you need to give periodic reports to your superior, what is happening there. Apart from this, performance appraisals. Performance appraisals. Every year they write your performance. The next thing is field trips, where senior will be visiting your district. You are answerable for that. Field trips, correct? So can you say in which district, if you are working in Tamil Nadu, As a district collector, you'll be like a tourist guide. Right now, if you're a district collector in that particular district, you'll be a tourist guide. Which district is that? Any idea? Not Krishnagiri. Which district is that? You'll be a tourist guide, correct? Please understand, if you are in Nilgiris, correct? Okay. Every Saturday, Sunday, some senior official will be coming there. Apart from managing the district, what the next thing you need to do is, you need to go and pick them up and show them the Nilgiri area. Sir, this is mountain, sir. This is grass, sir. Correct? And you think that why I wrote this examination and got into IAS. So one is field trips. And next thing is grievances. So grievances or complaints. So that is related to this independent bodies. Grievances or complaints. For this you are answerable. Can I say what are problems in this mechanism? Why this mechanism is not effective? Can anyone say why this mechanism is not effective? If you are a district collector, these are the personalities questioning you. Why it's not very effective? Why it's not very effective? What are problems in this mechanism? One is not only political pressure, you can put political interferences. You can put political interferences. So that is one. Then apart from this, anything apart from this, what are other problems in this mechanism? Why it's not very effective? Next thing is you can also put favoritism and nepotism. So favoritism and nepotism. So what is favoritism means? Can you say in civil services, which service you should not be in home cadre? Which service you should not be in home cadre? There are three services, IAS, IPS, forest services. In which services you should not be in home cadre? Police services, correct? Okay, what a problem in police services? Assume that this year you got into services, IPS, your home state. What a problem in that? Please understand, any given day, half a day you work for the government, another half a day what happens? You work for your friends, relatives, family members, correct? Assume that you got into services and your college friends. They'll be very happy. Why they'll be very happy is, okay, you are a police and IPS, they'll be very happy, correct? For example, your friend met with an accident or he violated traffic rules, correct? Constable goes and asks the license and he want to write some challan. What the next thing your friend will do is? What the next thing your friend will do is? Okay, what the next thing friend will do is, wait, I know a person. Okay, I want to make a call. And he says in such an authoritative voice, the constable thinks that, okay, he is a very big shot. Why you want to irritate him, correct? And ultimately, he makes you a call, correct? And please understand, you may be in any situation. For example, you are meeting the chief minister, you are meeting the prime minister. Nothing is important for your friend, correct? What the next thing you want to do is? What the next thing you want to do is? Once a call comes, you need to attend the call, correct? Attend the call. On the next side, what your friend will say is, please understand, a constable get caught me. I said, I know you. And, and speak to him, correct? My point is, what is the statement you can't say to your friend? He's on the wrong side of the law, correct? What is the statement you can't say to your friend is? Can you say to your friend, okay, you are on the wrong side. I can't help you. Pay the fine, go to the court. Can you say like that? Literally no, correct? What the next thing you do is, okay, give the phone. You ask the constable what happened. And he'll narrate, sir, these are the things happen. Ultimately, what be the next thing you say is? What the next thing you say is? Okay, leave him, okay, I'll take responsibility. If a situation happens in such a way that you say to your friend, I can't help you, what will happen to you? If you say to your friend that I can't help you, you face the consequences, you're on the wrong side. Okay, I can't break the rules. Ultimately, what happens to you? What happens to you? Please understand, at the end of the day, all your college friends will be calling you. Once you go to your home, all the college from US, UK, everyone will be calling you. And what the reason for the call is? Okay, you didn't favor him. Why you are like this, correct? Ultimately, the same friend also call you back. Okay. And once you attend the call, he says that, okay, you are showing off a lot as an IPS officer. You forgot your college days, correct? Okay. Not only record work. What he says is, on that college day, there was a problem for you. I was rescuing you, correct? Okay. அந்த பொண்ணு complain பண்றேன்னு சொல்லிச்சு, correct? Okay, that girl want to complain against you. I was rescuing you, correct? Without me, you are not an IPS. So for all these things, what do you think is? For all these episodes, what do you think is? Okay, better call up the make the work with the constable, correct? Leave him. What is the problem there, correct? Please understand that's the biggest problem in our system, favoritism. We are saying as a friend, for example, if your family members are involving in some issues, either can be a brother or father, ultimately what we do is, we favor the things, correct? And this also really happened to our friend. He belonged to Chennai. He got into foreign services and he was posted in Norway. So what are the biggest differences between Chennai and Norway? What are the biggest difference between Chennai and Norway? Climate is one. Apart from climate, culture is one. Apart from culture, what are other things you miss in your life if you are in Norway? Food is one. Language is one. You miss everything, correct? Though you may be in foreign services, if you are in remote areas means very geographically spread and culturally very different, correct? And our friend was sitting there as the third secretary. One day he was sitting in office and a couple came to the office for some visa issues. They belong to India, settled in Norway, work purpose they are in Norway. They came to the embassy for some visa works, husband and wife, and clerk was sitting there. And clerk was asking some documents and suddenly the husband turned to his wife and asked, document enge, correct? And our friend heard this word. Document enge, correct? He was like a horse, correct? Pulled everyone on the side. Okay, please move. And he went to the front desk, correct? And please understand that work does not need to be done by a foreign service officer. That need to be done by clerical work. And he said to the clerk, I will work, you go. And he was working there. And he was asking very basic questions, correct? From where you are. Okay, how many years you are here? And suddenly a friend began to say that, okay, I miss Tamil Nadu, I miss dosa, vada and all those things. Soon the wife understood that why he is saying all these things, correct? And the next thing the wife said is, no problem, come on this Saturday, Sunday, we'll make food for you, correct? He was very happy for it. He went there, had food and coffee, tea, everything, and he enjoyed it. And he said that whenever time permits, he go to the family, correct? Without any invitation. No foreign service guy, nothing. So ultimately what happens is, once this relationship happens, ultimately what happens? It always results in favoritism, correct? What is nepotism? What is nepotism is? Favoritism in other form. What is nepotism means? That is, in appointment process, you favor someone. That is called nepotism. Okay. And great example, you know this Donald Trump, example of nepotism. And in White House, advisors are being appointed. Who are the advisors for Donald Trump? Right now we have Joe Biden, but previously who are the advisors of Donald Trump? One is daughter of Donald Trump, another one is son-in-law. That's called nepotism. But another way of understanding nepotism is, there's a Tamil movie, Nanum Rowdythan. You're able to remember that Vijay Sethupathi as a hero. He went for police selection, correct? And his mother is a police. And as the physical test was going on, and mother comes and asks, okay, what is the timing of his 100 meters? And soon the person said it's 12 seconds, 13 seconds. And mother says, put 3 seconds or 4 seconds. Soon the member said, ma'am, Usain Bolt record itself 8 seconds, ma'am. So that's called nepotism. Nepotism is another problem. Next thing is corruption. So corruption is also biggest problem in executives. What does corruption means? For example, if you take transfers, is that for transfers corruption is there within civil services? Okay, right now if you are in police services, which part of Tamil Nadu is considered to be very troublesome? Northern Tamil Nadu, Western Tamil Nadu, Southern Tamil Nadu. Which is most troublesome in police services? Southern Tamil Nadu. Which is comfortable in police services? North Tamil Nadu is also very tough. Please understand Western Tamil Nadu. It is said that if you are in police services as a women candidate in Tamil Nadu, your first posting is always Western Tamil Nadu. Can you understand the point? women IPS officer, first posting is always in Western Tamil Nadu because it's considered to be very comfortable positions, like 10 to 5 job. Troubles will be there. It's not like Southern Tamil Nadu or Northern Tamil Nadu. Anyone have an idea? If someone want to transfer from Southern Tamil Nadu to Western Tamil Nadu, what is the cost of the transfer? Apart from merit, what is the cost of the transfer? Any idea? It runs to lakhs. 10 to 15 lakhs is the transfer cost. Assume that I'm an inspector in Southern Tamil Nadu. I got transferred to Western Tamil Nadu by paying this money. What the next thing I'll do is? Is that I focus on doing proper service, or what the next thing I'll do is? I'll make sure that I get the money back, correct? So corruption is also biggest problem in this method, correct? Corruption. So all these are some of the problems on traditional mechanism. Just quickly go through this traditional mechanism right from the first, just go through it. So what is muscle power means? Using force to win the elections. For example, if we take West Bengal and all, right now West Bengal elections are happening, assembly elections are. Right now in Tamil Nadu, you know that money is being distributed. There it will be intimidation. People come to your family and say that you need to vote for this particular party or else you will be gone. I don't know how many of you have known this. A BJP MLA was killed and went for a public hanging in West Bengal. Is that you know it? I think 1 year before, 1 or 2 years before this corona time. A BJP MLA, please understand, sitting MLA. He was murdered and put on a public hanging. That was a message given to the BJP. Okay. Worst is there. And in last MLA elections, for example, right now in Tamil Nadu, if you go for voting means, what do you carry for voting? If you want to vote in Tamil Nadu, right now what do you carry for voting is? Voter ID, correct? In West Bengal and all, people carry guns, homemade bombs for voting. If a party thinks that voting is not in their favor, what is the next thing they'll do? What the next thing they'll do is throw everything, all these things. Okay. Right now, what you see in movies, that's a reality there. That's a reality. So another way of saying that thing is, if you are in police services in West Bengal or UP or Jharkhand or Bihar, conducting election should not be the only objective. But other most important objective is, after election, you should be alive. That should be a primary objective. Because muscle power dominates a lot. And that, how we can sense it is, we can see that in West Bengal, 8 phases of elections. Why 8 phases of election is, election commission want a full strength of police to maintain a proper election there. If you conduct 1 phase of election, West Bengal will be like a war zone. People fight against each other, they throw local made bombs, they use guns, they kill the candidates, they go for any extreme. Can you understand the point? And even we can see that in the speeches of leaders itself, correct? Right now, who are the top contenders in West Bengal? One is Mamata Banerjee and another is BJP, correct? And how Mamata Banerjee is giving the political rallies and all. Okay, wheelchair is one, sentiment is there. Apart from sentiment, she is saying directly to the people that we are the party who thrown out communism, correct? They use guns. He said that we fought against guns. BJP is like a rat for us. She was saying that we fought with the guns, we know how to throw away the rats. Rat means whom she is referring is BJP. Apart from BJP, in BJP whom she is referring is not Modi. Modi is not that. Modi is there, but apart from Modi, who's the other one interfering a lot in West Bengal politics and all these things? Amit Shah, correct? She is saying to Amit Shah, you are nothing to me, I know how to win the elections, correct? And West Bengal is very tough politics. Okay, reality is very different. And as a chief minister, she is also very strong-headed, or in common man terms, very arrogant. And everyone knows that what is happening in West Bengal, correct? She is having bandages for her legs and going for a public meeting. Is that we believe it? Literally no. Anyone can come and push the chief minister? Literally no, correct? She goes for any extreme. She is very street smart as a politician, right? Like in Tamil Nadu, who's the equivalent of Tamil Nadu here? Who's the equivalent of Tamil Nadu here is? Who's the equivalent of Tamil Nadu? Not in Stalin. Who is the equivalent of Tamil Nadu? Like Mamta Banerjee using sentiment, sympathy, and strong head character. Who's the equivalent in Tamil Nadu? Not in Sasikala. You know Jayalalitha? Okay. Right now, Mamta Banerjee says that my life is under threat, correct? What is the incident on which Jayalalitha is able to turn that as a political advantage for her? If you ask your parents, they always say it, correct? Especially if you ask any women's in Tamil Nadu society, they always say, why you vote for her? All the reply, they always say this. Okay, Amma is okay. Okay. What they say is, you know what happened in assembly, correct? They start the story like that. And Amma kenna nadandhathu theriyuma? Okay, she comes out with the picture also, correct? I don't know how many of you saw the picture. Torn sari and heads being removed, saying that some persons molested her in that assembly and all. That was a story well built, and people began to believe it, correct? It works on sentiments. Recently, who came out like that? Stalin, correct? Sattai klichitanga parunga, correct? So politics is also based on sentiments. So these are the things. Just go through it. Any clarification? Just go through this traditional mechanism once. Just go through it. Okay, right now it's 3:30. Take 5 minutes break and we can start the session. Okay, next is social audit. Next topic is social audit. So when you say audit means we are able to remember CAG, correct? As per constitution, we relate with CAG. But there's another concept called social audit. You don't know what is social audit means? The audit process, social audit means the audit process performed by social audit process performed by stakeholders, performed by stakeholders, performed by stakeholders in governance. I'll repeat, the audit process performed by stakeholders in governance is called social audit. It's called social audit. Example, Gram Sabha. Example, Gram Sabha performs social audit related to MG Narega. Gram Sabha performs social audit related to MG Narega. Next, objectives. First one is effective use of local resources. Effective use of local resources in socio-economic development. Second, elimination of corruption. In policy implementation. Next, to strengthen grassroots democracy. And governance. Next, to enhance the benefits of socio-economic programs, policies in development. The next thing is comparison between CAG and social audit. That first point is, can anyone say what the authority for CAG to do audit, from where it derives the authority? Constitution. Okay. So CAG is based on constitution, whereas social audit is based on legal provisions. Second one is, who's responsible for CAG auditors? Right now you're writing the examination, correct? Which service is responsible for it? Anyone have an idea which service is responsible for doing audit? IAS, IPS, you know that. After that, what are other services? Anyone have an idea which service is responsible? Not SSC. There is some one service is responsible for audit in India. Which service is that? That is what we call it as Indian Audit and Account Services. And anyone want a government job, but also you want to live in urban India? This is the best job. Like IRS, this is the best job, Indian Audit and Account Services. where you'll not be stressed with any of the things happening in the system, correct? Work-life balance will be very good, and most of your postings will be in urban India, and you never need to care about India, but you will be in government job. Okay. For assume that you are an IAS officer right now. During Corona pandemic, what happens to you if you are a district collector? Okay, 24/7, you need to be in district, you want to make arrangement, and the vaccine comes means you should be the first person to put, correct? So everything need to be done, correct? As an IAS officer, you are a government servant. If you are in audit and account services, you can be in Chennai, take the morning newspaper, read what is happening in India, discuss with your life partner, Corona ஏதோ இருக்கான், correct? வெளியே போகக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்றாங்க, correct? There's something called Corona, we should not go out. I call up some of my friends and ask what is happening. Close your paper and go and sit and watch your TV. Saturday, Sunday leave, no problem, correct? So someone is aspiring to be in government servant, but there should be a proper work-life balance. This is the best service, Indian audit and account services. And most of your postings will be in urban India. That's another one, another important thing. Okay. Even there's another name given for this. During 70s and 80s and all, this is called as Indian Iyer and Iyengar services. So what you can understand from this is Indian Iyer and Iyengar services means mostly dominated by that persons, correct? Right now it got democratized. And next thing, it is done by stakeholders, or what do you call it as citizens. Third one, centralized audit. That is for entire India. So it is done for entire India, centralized audit. This is the decentralized audit process. So decentralized audit. And what are the unit of auditors? Not India, it's village level. So the audit is done at the village level, not for the entire India. Can anyone say how many villages are there in India? Approximate, how many villages are there in India? So anyone have an idea? So how many districts are there first? We'll go for how many villages. How many districts are there in India? How many positions you can be a district collector in India? If you are an IAS officer, it doesn't mean that you will be a district collector. How many positions are available for you as a district collector? Out of all the states in India, anyone have an idea? I ask you a number. How many districts are there in India? How many districts are there in India? Any approximate numbers? Okay, 720. That's around 700 plus districts. I think 730 or something. And we got around 6 lakh villages. And social audit is done at the village level. Whereas CAG audit is done at the India level. Whole India is one unit. Whereas social audit is at the village level. Next thing is fourth one. Financial cost. Here it's social cost. What is financial cost and social cost means? CAG primary focus is to understand the financial cost, whereas here it's about social cost. Take example of Swachh Bharat. What the primary focus of Swachh Bharat is? Right now, a successful program in India. What the primary focus of Swachh Bharat is? Okay, can anyone say what infrastructure they want to create under Swachh Bharat? Very basic one. What infrastructure government want to create under Swachh Bharat is? Toilets. If you ask CAG to do an audit, what CAG will do is they check whether the money is spent for toilets or not, construction of toilets or not. What are the raw materials being purchased? Whether they have the bill for it. That is a financial cost. So CAG will do a financial cost. What a social cost means? Whether the toilets are effective or not. So can anyone say why in rural India toilets are not effective? Why people are not using toilets? One is water. Apart from water, what may be the other reasons why rural India people are not using toilets? What is the people mind? That's the question. What is the people mindset? Open area is okay. Lack of drainage is one. Then any other reasons apart from this why people are not using toilets in rural India? Even if you construct a toilet, free toilet, why people are not using? Not maintaining, that's water. Adaptation, they doesn't want to change their habit, correct? They do not know to use. Okay, then another thing is caste equation is there. Is that caste problems? When a particular caste of people use the toilets, other caste people not use it. And apart from this, there are cultural aspect is also there. Cultural aspect and practical aspects. For example, if you take, there's a research found out that in rural areas, why women are not using toilets is, especially that's the only occasion where they go and interact with outside members of the family, especially other women's, when they go for open field. So even government creates a toilet, people are not using it. All are found out based on social cost. Can you understand the point? Another thing is, when we say cost in the government, there are different dimensions. One is financial cost, social cost. What other cost can we give an example? When you take any programs or policies, you can see from financial aspect, and one is social aspect. What are other costs are? I'm just giving an idea so that you get a better understanding of policies and programs. Another thing is, you can relate with ecological cost. So when you implement a program or policy, you find out the ecological cost, correct? So can you give an example of a program failed ecologically in India? Any program that failed ecologically, utterly failed in ecology. It creates biggest trouble in ecology. Can you give any programs like that in India? Huh? Power stations. A great example, you take Green Revolution. Is that Green Revolution has the biggest impact in ecology or not? Can you say in which area of ecology Green Revolution has the biggest impact? Not only Punjab. I'm asking in ecology aspect. For example, if we take Green Revolution and water, what a problem under Green Revolution because of water? Because of hybrid varieties, they consume a lot of water, and right now groundwater level is going down because of Green Revolution. Next, soil health. What is the biggest impact on soil health? More use of more fertilizers. That's ecological cost. And similarly, you can also relate with ethical cost. So any government programs, you can relate cost in these areas. One is financial, social, ecological, and ethical cost. To understand what is ethical cost is, recently government is coming out with this idea called UBI. Anyone have an idea? Universal Basic Income. Government has an idea called Universal Basic Income. What this idea is, every month government will put money into the accounts of the individuals. And they eliminate all the subsidies. That's the idea government is saying. They remove all the subsidies. And for everyone, they put 3,000, 4,000 into the account. What are the biggest ethical cost involved in it? Ethical cost. It seems to be good, but what are the ethical cost involved in it? Just use your common sense. I am an individual. Every month, 5,000 will be given into my account by the government. What are the biggest ethical cost here? What are the biggest ethical cost? People become lazy. If you go and check all the previous programs of the government, how government will give the money is, for example, one is by subsidy or either you need to contribute. For example, if you take MG Narega, how money is given under MG Narega? You need to work, then government gives the money. But UBI, what happens is, without any work, government is giving money every 30 days. So ultimately, what happens to me? I'll think why I want to work. Anyway, another 30 days down the line, government will give 5,000 rupees for me, correct? That's an ethical cost. Please go and check. When they say cost means financial, social, ecological, and ethical cost. These are different dimensions of the cost. We know that this term like cost-benefit analysis, is that you came across this. Any programs or policies, government always does this cost-benefit analysis. What is the cost? As a common man, for us, cost means only relate with. As a common man, when we say cost means, what we relate with the cost is only financial cost, correct? But other cost is also there. Keep that in mind. Next one is challenges. The next one is challenges. Challenges. So what are challenges in social audit? As people are involved in audit process, what are challenges will be there? Very basic one, correct? Take India as an example. If you ask people to do audit process, what will be the basic challenge for them? Expertise, illiteracy. Read on first one is due to illiteracy. Due to illiteracy. Due to illiteracy. The people or citizens. People or citizens cannot understand. Cannot understand financial terms, comma, audit process. Financial terms, comma, audit process. Second one, lack of participation. Second. So lack of participation by. So can you say in rural area who will not be allowed to participate if you have an audit process? Because rural area there will be some group of people denied opportunity. Who will be denied opportunities? Okay, women. Okay, lack of participation by women, comma SC/ST, in audit process. Next one, third one, domination of rural elite. Domination of rural elite in audit process. What does rural elite means? Right now in Tamil Nadu, you can see that in movies, there are terms like Natamik, right? So similarly, in rural areas, there will be one or two families dominating the entire rural life, correct? They'll be taking tenders. They are being important in economic wise, political wise, correct? And if you do an audit process, people will not come and question them. Most of the time in rural areas, there will be one family taking all the government tenders and implementing it. Something goes wrong, the local people will not ask the question because they are all involved in that particular family, either economically or culturally. All these factors play a major role. So rural elite domination results in poor audit process. Finally, last one. Ineffective Gram Sabha resulting in poor audit process. What is this ineffective Gram Sabha is? The month of June and July. What is the importance for India, especially rural India? Month of June and July. Rural monsoon time, correct? In a rural life, where people will be more concentrated, farming activity or audit process during the month of June and July? Farming, correct? So what this panchayat official always do is, they do audit process in the month of June or July. So ultimately what happens? Participation will be very less. That's called ineffective Gram Sabha. So these are some of the challenges of social audit. Okay. So just keep that in mind. Our next topic. So the first objective of social audit is effective use of local resources. In development process. So we go for the next topic. Next topic is RTA. That is right to information. Next topic is RTA, right to information. So from the name itself, we can understand right means can you relate with the constitution. Which part of the constitution we can relate this right? Right to information means which part of the constitution we can relate it? Article 19. Very precisely, we can relate with Article 19. What is Article 19 of Indian Constitution is? Freedom of speech and expression, which needs information. But don't get confused here. RTI is a legal right, not a constitutional right. Can you understand? Keep that in mind. This can be a prelims question. RTI is a legal right, not a constitutional right. But it has a relation with Article 19, that is freedom of speech and expression. And what other most important thing is, can you say in fundamental rights, which rights applies only for citizens? Which rights applies only for citizens? What is Article 16? Public employment, logical one. Then apart from this, what will be the other rights applies only for citizens of India? What is 19? This one. This one applies only for citizens. That's correct. 29, 30. Please go and check. This can be a prelims question. Fundamental rights which applies only for citizens. One such right is Article 19. So what is the reason behind this is, who can file an RTI in India is only citizens of India. No others can file an RTI to the government. Only done by the citizens. So Article 19 is related to RTI Act. Okay. Right now we have this RTI Act 2005. RTI Act 2005. Right to information. So in that, write down. There are some definitions for this particular act. Article 19, 29, 30. So there are some definitions. So write down the definitions of this act. In that first one is information. Information. As per this act, there is a definition, information, that is materials. Materials, information means. If I am fast, let me know what. Materials in the form of, materials in the form of records, documents, memos, record, documents, memos held by public authorities, in paper format, or electronic format. Paper format or electronic format. So can you say in civil service life what is memos means? In civil service life. So government documents is also called as memos, but in civil services, what is memos means? Can anyone have an idea in civil service life? Okay, a warning, correct? Warning, correct? So my question is, once you get into civil services, when you get your first memo, assume that you are an IAS, IPS, when you get your first memo, against the political parties, okay, then any other situations, act against the government, okay, then my point is, this year you got into services. When you'll get your first memo, one is against the political parties, then any other reasons? Violating the judiciary. Please understand, when you get your first memo is training itself. Training itself, you get your first memo. So what is the reason for getting the memo and training is? Can you say what are the personal habits of us will never match with service life? Got a very basic one, correct? That's true. Please understand what the first basic personal habit of us never matches with the service is our sleeping habit. Can anyone say what time you'll wake up normally? If there is no classes, what time you wake up normally? 7, 7:30, sometimes Sunday means 9, 9:30, correct? Right now examination is very close so that you wake up early. But most of the time it will be 7:30 to 9, correct? So can anyone say at what time you need to wake up in Missouri? That's a training day, correct? What time you need to wake up is Missouri? 5 where you need to be there? Okay, by morning 5 you need to be in the ground, correct? And where is Missouri? That's the most important thing. Where is Missouri? Okay, Uttarakhand, that is Himalayan ecosystem, correct? Chennai itself, we wake up by 9 only, correct? Extreme hot. Whereas if you are in Uttarakhand, Missouri, morning 5 o'clock is very tough. And it's mandatory for you to every day to be there at morning 5 o'clock for a PTRs. And this happened to a friend. After a week of training, he came to Missouri. After a week, he thought that he take a break for PTRs because it's cold. He loves to sleep, correct? It normally happens to everyone, correct? With that chillness, you always love to sleep very good. Slept on his room. On that day, the course director came to the PT field and checking how many people are there. And one of our friend is not there, correct? And he just found out who's that person. And he came to the room, he knocked the door. Our friend opened the door. And that course director asked, what you are doing here? Because his intention is, you should be in PT ground or you are sleeping here. Our friend was in such a sleepy state. He began to question the same course director, what you are doing here? Okay. and course director said that, okay, come by morning 9 o'clock. Once he went there to the course director room, first memo, speaking against the authority, not attending the session. First memo given to him, correct? But the next habit will not match with this. One is sleeping habit. But the next habit will not match with us. One is sleeping. Sleeping initially takes time for us. But the other habit will not match with us. Time management, please understand, once you are in training days, you don't have any personal time. Everything is decided by the government. What time you need to sleep, what time you need to wake up, everything is decided by the government. Which is the other personal habit will not match there. One is sleeping. Please understand, another biggest problem is our food habits. Can you understand the point? To understand what this food habits is, why we go for buffet? Right now we are in preparation stage, correct? Why we go for buffet? Buffet lunch and everything, why we go for? Choice is one. Apart from choice, what are the other basic reasons? For example, non-veg buffet, we call up the friends, hey, there is a non-veg buffet, 500 rupees, we go, correct? What is the reason for this? Why we all go for buffets? One is unlimited, correct? Basic reason is unlimited. And what we do is we take a plate and what we say to the friend is, okay, macha, oradam kuda miss avakudadu, correct? So what we do is we put everything on the plate and go and have a food. Second time, third time, we never bother, correct? But can you know that once you go for Missouri, there's a table ethic? What does table ethics means? As an officer, you need to have certain habits in even eating food. First thing is, when you have a plate, only 30 to 40% of the plate should be food. The remaining should be vacant. You should not fill the plate. Next thing is, at the maximum, you can go for second serving. What does second serving means? Maximum, you can go for the next one time. That should be your eating habit. And another most important thing is you need to use your spoon. Spoon and forks. You can't use your hands. Can you say in which services, in training, food is a very basic thing because you demand that so much in your body. Which service is that? For example, in IPS, you're physically drained. You need to eat a lot. Can you understand the point? And what our friend did is after his physical training, he went to his mess and he saw the biryani there. Okay. And when you'll have the feeling that you have a proper biryani, when you have the feeling that you have a proper biryani, yes, I have a very good biryani, when you have that feeling is, okay, one is leg piece is one. Apart from leg piece, when you feel that is, when you use your hand, eat it, and you know what happens once you finish off the last thing, correct? And you use a hand and do all this stuff, correct? Our friend was in such a hungry state, he went there, he saw the biryani, and he put everything on the plate. And initially he took the spoon and fork and he was trying to eat. He literally got irritated. What is this? Throw that out. Okay. And he was sitting in the corner and he eating the food in his hand. And you know that in IPS training we have Ustad. Ustad means there'll be a trainer for you. They'll train not only physical aspect as an officer how you want to behave. And to his bad luck, his Ustad was sitting opposite of him and having a food. Correct? And he was saying to his friend in sign language, use your spoon, fork, you are an officer, don't do it. Our friend says, no, I'll eat food, have in hand only, correct? So ultimately what happens is that went to the course director. Sir, he's having the food in hand. Next memo, correct? Not behaving as an officer. Another thing is in police service, can you say which is very tough? Underweight, overweight, which is very tough. In police services, if you are underweight, overweight, which is very tough in police service training. Please understand, underweight is not a problem. Underweight is not a problem in sense, you need to gain weight. So ultimately what happens? You do physical activity, have some food, you can gain weight. Overweight means what happens? You need to reduce your weight, correct? So our friend was overweight and he was doing physical activity. When others finished, he was given extra task. Okay. Go 2 round, 3 round. This round is very different. Okay. 2 round, 3 round, correct? And have a push-up. And ultimately what happened is, he was in the mind that, okay, this extra PT hours is over. He was doing his last 10 push-ups. And he thought that, okay, today that's over. Once he stood after finishing of 10 push-ups, Ustad said, sir, again you go for 2 rounds of the ground, another 10 push-ups. He literally got irritated. And he said to the Ustad, that's trainer, wait, I'll get my rank, I'll find you. Okay. He literally said that. Because his body was paining like anything, all the friends went back, he was only doing the extra work. And he was literally warning the Ustad there, correct? And what this trainer did is, went to the course director and said, sir, he's threatening me, sir. He said that once he get the rank, he is going to punish me. And course director said, okay, you go, I'll take care. Course director came to the ground. Okay. What our friend said is, if I kept my mouth shut, that was the only extra work I need to do. That is 2 extra rounds and 10 push-ups. That will be finished by 5:30 or 6. Because course director come, the PT hours extended by 7:30. He asked me to do everything. I literally got frustrated. That was the problem. So what's the point is, in your training days, please understand, you get lot of memos. That is also part of your service record. What is part of your service record is, even if you are being determined for DGP as elevation, that is part of it. And everyone gets a memo in your service days, as training days, because the personal life will not match there. So once after a few times, you can see that you get into that particular dimensions and your life gets changed a lot. That's the reason you can see that after services, come and meet the friends. What will be the friends comment is? After 2 years of your training, you come and meet the friends. What will be the friends comment is? The same friend preparing for civil services, and you got into services, you are trained for 2 years, you come back. What will be the first thing your friend says is? You changed a lot, correct? Or the next interpretation friend says is, Romba scene podran, correct? He's showing off a lot. But the reality is, in training days, you are being changed a lot. Your lifestyle is very different. Your thought process is very different. But the same friend preparing with you sees huge differences. Okay. The next one is public authority. Next definition, public authority. Public authority. Institutions, public authority means institutions or organizations, established by, there are 3 ways of doing it, established by. First one is constitution, established by constitution. Law by legislature. Third one, executive order. I'll repeat. Institutions and organizations established by constitution, law by legislature, executive order. Can you give examples in India for this? What is the institution created under constitution? Which institution is a good example created under constitution? Or organizations, anything? Election commission. So election commission is one such example. Law by legislature, institutions created by parliament by law. Which institutions are created by parliament by law? Human Rights Commission, NHRC. Okay, IIT is one, correct? IIT one, correct? Next thing is executive order. Which institution is created based on executive order? Prime Minister and Council of Ministers creating institution. Which institution is a good example for it? Any idea? Okay, I think 2 or 3 years before, one big institution was created by the government, Niti Aayog, correct? So Niti Aayog. Please understand, Niti Aayog is created by the Prime Minister and Council of Ministers by their wish. In this, which is the most powerful one? Constitutional office or executive order? Which is the most powerful one? Constitutional office. Okay. So these are 3 ways of creating institution. That is called public authorities. The next one is disposal of request. Next one is disposal of request. So disposal of request. So can anyone say, if you file an RTI, what are time taken for the government to give that information? Any idea? Okay, 30 days. Then any other numbers? 90 days. Okay, any other numbers apart from this 30 days, 90 days? Right now, you file an RTA. What is the time taken by the government to give it? It's given in the act itself. Okay, right on. It's correct, 30 days only, right on. Informations. Demanded under RTA need to be provided within 30 days. If the information is regarding life and liberty, need to be Similarly, in which service ethics are very high. Ethics means how you want to behave. In which service is very high. For foreign service is very high. Table ethics is very high. How to behave. Even for example, if you don't need a food, in foreign services they teach you how you want to place your spoon so that a server understand whether you need the food or not. So that's the level of ethic they'll train you. And our friend, after getting into training phase, that's in Delhi. And you know that there'll be a lot of parties and things for foreign service guys. That was his initial years, initial months of training days. And what happened is, once the party is thrown out for probationary officers, he was attending the party and everyone was having a drink. You know this, in foreign service, there's a concept called wine and dine. Wine and dine, correct? And everyone had a drink. Our friend also had a small drink. And our friend belonged to Madurai. And when you'll have the feeling of having a proper non-veg food is similar to biryani. When we have the proper non-veg food is, okay, having a food in a hand only, correct? If you are from Tamil Nadu. And what our friend did is, after a few minutes means after 15-20 minutes, he saw that everyone was busy having a drink and eating something. What our friend did is, put all the rice, put all the stuffs, go to the corner of the room, and he was having the food. And he thought that no one has saw him, correct? He was very happy that, okay, after a long time I'm having a food in my hand. He was having a very proper food, put that plate and came back to his room. And he thought no one saw him. And next day, director called him to his room. He thought some other discussion was going to happen. And director asked, what you are doing yesterday in the party? He said, sir, I had a drink and I had my food. I saw that. After that, what you did? After a drink, what you did? Sir, I had my food. Everything is tasty. Yes, sir, very tasty. How you eat? Sir, using spoon, sir. No. How you eat? Sir, I just have it in my hand. Okay. And he said that don't do it because you're an officer. You need to behave properly. What is the biggest question in our mind of our friend is, he came out and he said that, okay, he was in his 5th or 6th round. How he is able to remember me? I sitting on the corner and having a food. I thought that he'll not be stable. That was his doubt, not about his problem and all, correct? And round he was in that mind, correct? So it happens in services a lot. Especially in foreign service, a lot of ethics are there. How you want to behave and right from your dressing, everything is there. Okay. Initial times it takes for you to get accommodated. Once you get into that mode, coming back is very tough for you. What is coming back is very tough is, right now if you are in foreign services, you enjoy the life for 5 to 6 years. And what happened is, your lifestyle get changed a lot, correct? And your expectation also get changed a lot. Having a cup of tea. If you are in foreign service for 10 years, what location you always think of is? Right now, if you are in Chennai, what location you think of is? Annanagar means, what location you all think of is? You don't think about Coffee Day or Starbucks. That's the location strikes your mind, correct? Right now, if you want to have a tea, where we go is, jump opposite of the institute, we have a tea, correct? For us, tea means that's the only thing. But once you get into foreign services, you are there for 6 or 7 years, your lifestyle also gets changed. That transformation takes few months. That is the time where you get a lot of memos. As an individual and officer, that lifestyle takes time. So once you get there, everything is very different. And you never come to this level. Not lowest level, this level. Okay, even if he comes right now, when you have a tea means, for him tea means only Coffee Day or Starbucks, correct? Sometimes we also say, okay, we'll have a tea here because after a long time we are having a tea. So that's the mindset change. Okay, the next thing is, so informations regarding life and liberty need to be provided within 48 hours. Need to be provided within 48 hours. The next thing is exemptions. So my question is Article 19 absolute right or having a reasonable restrictions? Reasonable restrictions. That also applies for RTA. Even though if you are a citizen, you are filing an RTA, there are certain information government will not give. What are those informations? Just use your common sense. Okay, military is one. Apart from military, any other information, government will say that we will not give it to you. What are those informations? Any idea? Intelligence. Okay, and first exemption is informations regarding national security. Informations regarding national security. So in that bracket, you can put defense, space, nuclear, all comes under this. Okay. To assume this, what is the exemption is, my question is, can anyone say how many nuclear missiles we have in India? How many nuclear missiles we have in India? Any idea? Any numbers to this? How many nuclear missiles we have in India? Anyone came across in newspapers or any articles? How many nuclear missiles we have? Can we file an RTI to the government and ask how many nuclear missiles we have? First, government says no, and they'll find you. Why you are asking this question, correct? Because it's a top secret. No one knows. Some says 100, some says 130, 140. All are assumptions. So these are top secret informations for national security. Government will not give, correct? So first one is regarding national security. Second one is informations resulting in contempt of court. Informations resulting in contempt of court. Contempt of court is nothing but disrespecting the court, correct? Can anyone say recently, or not recently, any good personality as an example for contempt of court? Prashant Bhushan is one. For him, he fine 1 rupees, correct? It's a waste of taxpayers' money, correct? Then apart from this, who's the other good example? Right now, Indians outside of India for some fraud and all those things, court asks them to appear in front of them. He is not appearing, so suddenly it results in contempt of court. Vijay Mallya, Nirav Modi, all good examples, correct? Even this also applies for you in civil services, contempt of court, when your interaction with judiciary. So there are chances that if you're not respecting judiciary, that results in contempt of court, correct? And recently our friend came from Mizoram. He's a sub-collector there. And in his division, there's a golf course is there, golf club is there. For that, Chief Justice came for playing there. As an officer, he was being intimated that Chief Justice is coming there. And he need to go and receive him. Soon another judge, that is a local judge, said that, sir, be by sharp 5 o'clock, he'll be there in the ground. And after that, he said, okay, sir, I'll come. But another next point he said is, sir, if you are late, it's contempt of court. He was so shocked. For late coming, contempt of court. It's to say that how judiciary is powerful. So contempt of court is another information which can be denied based on RTA. Third one is informations resulting in breach of legislative privileges. Breach of legislative privileges. Legislative privileges. To understand legislative privileges, if you are an MP or MLA within Parliament or Legislative Assemblies, Article 19 absolute or not? If you are an MP or MLA, if you are in Parliament, for example, if you are an MP, you are representing Lok Sabha, is Article 19 absolute or not within Lok Sabha? Please understand, it's absolute right. That's a parliamentary privilege. Can you understand the point? Similarly, can anyone say how many days in front of the session and after the session you should not be arrested? It's in Constitution. How many days in front of the session, after the session you should not be arrested? It's 40 days, I think. 40 or 45 days. I think 40 days. That's the parliamentary privileges. And any information resulting in breach of that will not be given. Can you understand the point? That's an exemption. And then fourth one is informations regarding IPRs. Informations regarding IPRs, intellectual property rights. That cannot be given under RTA. So to understand this, what is IPR means? Can anyone say for Indian election, what is the most important technology? EVM machines, correct? Can you file an RTI to Election Commission and ask what is the technology behind it? Can you file an RTI to Election Commission and ask what is the technology behind EVM? I want to know it because I'm an Indian citizen. That will not be given because that comes under IPR. And also a lot of issues are there with EVMs in India, correct? Is that people believe EVM? Okay. Can anyone say when it all started, this questioning of EVM? Anyone have an idea? So that happened, huh? Okay, that happened during UP elections. Who's the Chief Minister of UP right now? Yogi Adityanath, correct? In that election, the first question of EVM happened. What happened is in one constituency, they were counting the votes. In one EVM machine, vote for an independent candidate was 0. And he began to ask the question, please understand, in this booth, I have so many supporters. That vote need to be there. Even if their vote is not there, in my family there are 4 votes. That vote need to be there. Even leave out that my family, where is my vote first, correct? Okay, even that is not there, correct? So from that onwards, there are a lot of questions about EVM machines. Okay, so any IPR related information that can be denied by the government and RTA. Fifth one is, confidential. Fifth one, confidential informations. Confidential informations provided by foreign countries. Confidential information provided by foreign countries. So to understand this, India, US, Pakistan, US, which relationship is very good? India, US, Pakistan, US, which relationship is very good? Any idea? That is India, US in the recent past. But traditionally, which relationship is always great? Pakistan, US. My question is, what is the biggest fear of US regarding Pakistan? Even though they are very good friends, but there is one fear of Pakistan regarding US. What is that US fears about Pakistan? Terrorism is a common problem, not only terrorism. That is some of the biggest problem what US fears about Pakistan. China is not a factor. Internal problem. There is one internal issue for Pakistan which is feared by US. What are that fears? So what the biggest fear of US is, if there is any instability in Pakistan, there are greater chance that the nuclear weapons of Pakistan can land in the hands of not army, in the hands of terrorists. Once a terrorist got the nuclear weapon, who will be the first target for them? They'll not, US will not be the first target. They want to test the missile whether it's working or not. What the next thing they want to do is, just we want to tilt it towards east, correct? They fire it, they want to check whether it's working or not. Yes, it's working, then fire it to US, correct? So what US will do is, they'll share all the important information, where's the nuclear stockpile of Pakistan, if some emergency happens. So India can also respond for it, correct? So go and check this AQCon network. AQCon network, which belongs to Pakistan, responsible for black marketing nuclear technologies. Just you can note it down, you can write it in your mains answer writings also. AQCon network, just check it. So already Pakistan have a history. That's the fear of US. I think based on this network only North Korea got the technology. And finally last one. Individuals, last one. Individuals performing public duty. Individuals performing public duty that can endanger the life of their own, endanger the life of their own or family members. That is intelligence departments, comma, special forces, comma, investigative agencies. So government will not give the details about these personals working in CBI or NIA, especially sensitive cases like IB, RAW. This information cannot be get by the government. Okay. So these are the exemption list. So right now it's 4:30. Okay, take a half an hour break, right? Half an hour, correct? Half an hour or what? Huh? Okay, what's the next class timing is? 5 to 7:30, correct? Okay, we take a break for half an hour, then we'll start with the remaining aspects. Okay, any clarifications? Okay, okay, it's 2 to 4:30, correct? Or we started by 2:30. 2 to 4:30, then 5 to 7:30. Yeah. So the sixth point is, okay. So what are the previous points? Sixth point is read on. Persons involved in public duties that can endanger their life or family members. Endanger their life or family members. That is intelligence departments, investigative, special forces. Special forces. Okay, 2 to 7:30. No gaps mentioned. Is that you can sit without a break? Okay. You take a break. So class resumes by 5. That's correct. Okay, class starts by 5. So take a break for half an hour, then we'll start with the remaining aspects. ready. 859 65 நிறைய போயிடுச்சு 859 ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல இருந்து 859 பாஸ்கோட் சொல்லு 554 மட்டும் கனெக்ட் பண்ணிவிடு கோர்ஸ் கொடுத்து Next thing is the Information Commissioner. Information Commissioner. So probably who will be the appointing authority? Information Commissioner means, because it's a new institution, most important one. Who will be the appointing authority for that? Most of the time in India, who's the appointing authority is? President. Right? Appointed by the President. Appointed by the President. Based on, appointed by the President. Based on recommendations. Based on recommendations given by. Based on recommendations given by Prime Minister, Leader of Opposition, Cabinet Minister, in bracket Minister of Home Affairs. Minister of Home Affairs. Next qualification. A person of eminence, or the qualification as person of eminence. Person of eminence in public life. With wide experience. With wide experience and knowledge in law, science and technology, mass media, administration and governance. Administration and governance. Next thing is success stories. Success stories. We'll see few success stories of RTA. Then we'll go for the challenges. First one is others society scam. First one is others society scam. So when you say others society means we need to go for the year of 1999. So can anyone say what the importance of 1999 to India? Okay, Kargil War, correct? 1999 Kargil War. So can anyone say what is the reason behind this war? Why this happened? Kargil War, 1999. Kargil is located in which state? J&K, correct? So what was the reason behind it? Pakistan, what are the army practices? You know that it's in Himalayan ecosystem. During winter times, both Indian army and Pakistan army come down from their position, especially mountain tops. During summer, they'll occupy it. But in 1999, when Indian army came down, that positions were taken by Pakistani army, especially Pakistani terrorists supported by army. Right? But what is the reason behind this Kargil conflict? What are the reason behind it? On a strategic aspect, another thing is who was the army chief during that time? Who was the army chief during the time? Pakistani side. Pakistani side, who was the army chief? Any idea? The Indian side is Vijay Malik. Musharraf, correct? And that was a personal reason of Musharraf is also there. 1971. What is the importance of 1971? Liberation of Bangladesh. During that time, Musharraf was an young officer. He literally got irritated that Bangladesh separated from East Pakistan was separated and India was responsible, and he wanted to take a revenge. He waited for another 20 years down the line. He became the army chief and he made a plan along with other reasons. For example, strategic reasons and all those things. They occupied this Kargil, correct? And to the worst aspect is that Pakistani Prime Minister. Who was the Pakistani Prime Minister? Nawaz Sharif. Even he doesn't know what. There was an army attack on India. That is, Kargil war is going to happen. He was not even aware. What is the extreme is, US government called up Nawaz Sharif and show the plan of Pakistani army, what they are going to do. Even they said that if war is not in their favor, what Pakistan will do logically? If war is not in their favor, what Pakistan will logically do is not peace, because war is there, and if war is not in the favor of Pakistani army, what the extreme Pakistani army can do is not terrorism. What US CIA gave intelligence report to Pakistani prime ministers: if war is not in their favor, Pakistan army is ready to use the nuclear missiles. So that is the extreme they are ready to do it. Then only he understood the gravity of the issue. He came back and made all the necessary steps. And who was the first person to know that Pakistani people are there in Indian bunkers? Any idea? This was not found by me, Indian RAW or IB. Who was the first person to identify that, okay, there are some Pakistanis occupying Indian positions? It's local shepherds. They gave the information to Indian army, few people are occupying the post. Indian army thought that it was few terrorists. They sent some team to eliminate it, but actually what happened is, initial Indian teams were eliminated by Pakistanis. Then later they understood the gravity and full-fledged war happened, correct? And how that is associated with other societies, right? Other society was established to provide subsidized housing plots, in Mumbai for war veterans took part in Kargil conflict. So can I say what is the importance of Mumbai to India? What is the importance of Mumbai? Is financial capital, correct? So literally you know that Mumbai is an island, financial capital. What will be the land price there? Less or high? Land price will be very high, correct? Similarly, can I say in global level, which is the most costliest city? Paris? No, it's not Paris. Which is the most costliest city in global level? Any idea? San Francisco? No. New York? No. Switzerland? London? No. It's Japanese capital, Tokyo, the most costliest city. And how that is related to yours, if you are in foreign services, what's your first salary? If you have a foreign assignment, not Indian, if you are in India, salary is very less. But if, for example, if you are a third secretary in any foreign country, what's your salary is? It is around $4,000. $4,000 means what's the Indian equivalent of it? Around 2.5 to 3 lakhs. That's your first month's salary. if you are in foreign countries. The reason is you want to have a basic standard of life in these cities. Tokyo is the costliest city. Similarly, Mumbai is the most costly city in India, especially from land resources. The next point is based on RTA. Based on RTA. Based on RTA. It was found out. Corruption, comma, malpractices. Corruption, comma, malpractices in allocating housing plots. The RTA, the RTA resulted in resignation of Maharashtra Chief Minister. Resignation of Maharashtra Chief Minister. And also another interesting thing about Mumbai is there. You know, Parsis is a community, correct? Which country they originally belong? Parsis belongs to Iran, or what we call it as Persia. Medieval and ancient times they call it as Persia. Modern day is Iran. Can I list out the famous Parsis in India? Tata is one. Apart from Tata, who are the other famous Parsis in India? One is Ratan Tata. Apart from this, Smriti Irani, Sham Manekshaw, correct? So these are a few examples of Parsis. Once a case was filed in Mumbai High Court by a Parsi man. What are the cases? In their association, when they want to provide the housing plots, his turn was overlooked. He was bypassed and given to someone. And Mumbai High Court asked the question with the association, on what basis you are giving the housing plot to your members? For that, association said that we give based on the poverty level in our community. Next, how you define poverty in Parsi community? For that, the association said, anyone in our community not able to earn 90,000 per month is considered to be poor. Can you understand the point? If you take this definition and put in India, what will happen? For Parsis, poor means not able to earn 90,000 per month, correct? If you take this definition and put in India, okay, what will happen to India? If you put this definition, 90,000 per month as an Indian definition for poverty, what will happen in India? Okay, all will be under poverty. You as a district collector, SP, everyone will be under poverty, correct? Except Chief Justice and the President of India, all are under poverty. Parsis are considered to be one of the richest communities in India. They even said that they doesn't need a government, their association will take care of them. So that's a powerful community, correct? Similarly, can you say in global level, who's like Parsis in global level? India, Parsis, very microscopic, influential Jews, correct? Can you give examples of famous Jews in global level? Einstein is one. Apart from Einstein, any famous Jews apart from Einstein? Mark Zuckerberg, okay, Facebook founder. Google founder, Larry Page, Sergey Brin, one is a Jew. WhatsApp founder, a Jew, correct? What we use in modern day world, all technologies, all are Jewish origin only, correct? Apart from this, if you go and check IMF, World Bank, all are controlled by Jews. They are the most powerful community, but they are very microscopic, correct? And who's the richest person in the world? Elon Musk, correct? So do you think that he's the only richest person? Elon Musk. Okay, legal, what is the thing is, based on certain criteria, he's considered to be the richest person. But there is one Jew family is there, Rothschild. They are not in limelight. They are considered to be one of the richest in the world. Rothschild families. Across the world, they have assets. Or popularly, we call it in other terms, correct? You know, Illuminatis. Okay, we speak a lot about Illuminatis. They are also considered to be like an Illuminati. Okay, if you are free, just check this term, Rothschilds. Okay, 1700s, 1800s, they are the biggest families, wealthiest families. Still, they are the wealthiest ones, but it's not being claimed. So that is the level that they belong to Jew. So Jews are considered to be one of the most influential. In India, they are like Parsis. Parsis are the most influential one. Okay. And second example is, okay, PDS scam in Assam. Second one is PDS scam in Assam. Based on RTA, it was found out, based on RTA, it was found out corruption in PDS system, of Assam government. Most of the products were diverted. To open market rather than reaching beneficiaries. The RTA resulted in filing of 700 cases, and dismissal of 40 officials in Assam government. 40 officials in Assam government. Okay, my question is, right now, if you are a district collector in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, per year, how much you spend? Any idea? Right now, if you are a district collector in Tamil Nadu or Karnataka, per year, how much you spend for development activities? Any number for it? Financial numbers? How many crores you will spend? Very specific. How many crores you will spend per year for development of your districts? Union government, state government, they give money under projects, correct? What is the value? Approximate value. They said that if you are a district collector in developed states, per year you will be spending around 800 to 900 crores per year for development activities. If you are in northeastern states or Jammu and Kashmir, it goes to 1,200 or 1,500 crores per year you need to spend. You need to authorize around 1,200 crores worth of projects per year. My question is, why government is spending a lot of money in troubled areas? Why they need to spend a lot of money in northeastern states and Jammu and Kashmir rather than other states? Why they are spending so much money there? Huh? Least developed is okay. Then what will be the other reason is? One is least developed. Then any other reasons apart from this? Trust is one. Then neighboring countries are there. Any other factors? If you are a government, why you spend a lot of money in troubled areas? Huh? Why improving livelihood of the people? Not only hatred against India, what government's viewpoint is, because lack of opportunities for the people in northeastern Jammu and Kashmir, they are involving in terrorism and insurgency. If you provide development opportunities for them, so they never focus on these areas. Please understand, insurgency and terrorism is not seen as a law and order problem. It is seen as a development problem. That is the reason why government is spending a lot of money in these areas. If you go and check regarding Article 370, what is Article 370 in EAD? That was in news a lot. What is regarding Article 370 is? That is special status removed from Jammu and Kashmir. One of the reasons given by the government why they removed the special status is, from 2005 to 2020, government has spent around 2 lakh crores for Jammu and Kashmir development. But it never translated into actions because all ended in corruption or leakages. So corruption is very rampant in these states. Can you understand the point? Northeastern states and Jammu and Kashmir, where government is spending a lot of money. So one such example is this PDS scam. Okay. And third example, Delhi airport modernization. Third one is Delhi airport modernization. So can anyone say which company was involved in it? Airport modernization, any idea? Anyone have an idea? Not knowing is no problem. In UPS it's not required. So anyone have an idea which company was modernizing Delhi airport? That's correct. So that was done by GMR. GMR is a private company who modernized Delhi airport, and they spent around 10,000 crore for modernizing an airport. Can anyone say what is the logic behind this? If you are a businessman, why you spend 10,000 crore to modernize an airport? Profit, correct? How you understand it will be a profitable one? Okay, not only percentage. On what basis? On what logic on what logic you took this business decision? Delhi, if you want to modernize an airport, we can spend 10,000 crores. So what is logic behind this? On what basis? Yeah? Future contract is one. Apart from future contract, there should be some business reasons behind it. What that thing is? So one is metropolitan city. Apart from metropolitan city, what the other thing is? Huh? Smart city project. And another basic reason is, please understand, Delhi is a political capital, judicial capital, diplomatic capital. So ultimately what happens? Lot of people will come inside Delhi, go outside of Delhi. The next most important thing is, in future, in India, travel will be an air travel, correct? Right now we are using road network, rail network. In future it will be a air travel, correct? Because for Indians, air travel is an aspirational value. What does aspirational value means? Assume that you get the first air ticket. What is the next thing we do? Once you get the first air ticket, what is the next thing we do? Because okay, first thing is we take the photo of that ticket, put as a WhatsApp status and Facebook, correct? Then on the day of travel, what we do is, okay, we take a phone selfie, right from airport outside, everywhere we go take a selfie, correct? And if you are a guy, what is the next thing you do is, once you enter the aircraft, what is the next thing you do is, if you are a guy? As an air hostess, correct? That's correct. As an air hostess, you go and plead with them. Please, ma'am, one photo, ma'am, correct? Okay. Then you take a selfie, put it in Facebook, especially to irritate your friends, correct? So for Indians, it's an aspirational value. The company clearly knows that in future, Indians will going to travel a lot in air. And another thing is, Delhi is an important place. They spend around 10,000 crore for modernization. This is the biggest problem. We'll see what are the problems, right? Based on RTA, it was found out, government never determined upper limit for airport modernization. This resulted in Delhi emerging as the most costliest airport for travelers. So to understand the second point, right now we are in Corona situation. So pre-Corona, if you want to go for a movie, what location is that? If you want to go for a movie, what the location of that is? We go for a mall. For example, if you take PVR, we go for a movie in PVR, correct? What is the cost of the ticket? 160, correct? 160. What is the cost of popcorn and Coke there? Okay, 200 or 300, correct? And another thing is, with whom you are going is also important, correct? Okay. So ultimately, if two persons are going for a movie, correct? What is the cost of the ticket is? If two persons are going for a movie, correct? Per person around 700, 800, that is around 1,600. And if you have a two-wheeler, four-wheeler, if you're parking there, that is also cost. Ultimately, what happens if you calculate all these things, what will be the cost of the movie is? 2,000 rupees, correct? That's the cost of travel. That's because logically you know that the same Coke and the popcorn, when you go outside of the movie hall, the cost is very less. And what we do is right now after Corona, it's not situation. What are the next thing we do is? We need to reduce all this cost. What are the best option available for us is? Okay, one is OTT platform, Amazon. Before Amazon, what would be the best source for that thing is? Tamil Rockers, correct? Okay, we have a site called Tamil Rockers. They download everything. You watch the movie, correct? So we can see that how this cost of services is. Okay, that was happening in Delhi. Because of spending around 10,000 crores, GMR want to make a profit. The cost of service in Delhi airport is very high when compared to the other airports. Okay, so these are a few examples of an RTA having a positive impact in our system. The next one is challenges. Next thing is challenges. So what is airport modernization? First point is based on RTA, it was found out government never determined upper limit for airport modernization. Upper limit for airport modernization. Right, next one is challenges. Use your common sense. What are the challenges for this RTA? Very common sense. What are the challenges for RTA? Why it's not very effective? First one is lack of awareness. Lack of awareness about RTA. About RTA and procedure to file RTA. And procedure to file RTA. So my question is, how many of you filed RTA? 1. Okay. 2. Okay. So only 2 people filed an RTA, correct? If you are not preparing for civil services, we never know there's an RTA, correct? Please understand, problem is not yours. The problem is also with the government. Why government never create awareness about RTA? Why government never give advertisement about RTA? Why government is not doing it? Because it's their headache, right? You file an RTA, they need to answer. So government is very keen on that. You should not know about RTA. So that is also a problem with the government. And another thing is we also not aware of it. Okay, we are not interested in that also. That's the first point. Second one is lack of political will. Lack of political will in implementing RTA. So someone is putting, we also know about RT, but many RT activists has been mysteriously killed. That is also there. Okay. So next thing is lack of political will for implementing RTA. So what is the example of this political will is, anyone gone through the recent amendment for RTA Act? Recently there was an issue regarding RTA Act amendment. Okay, previously regarding RTA Act, if you are a commissioner, information commissioner, your position is equated with election commissioner. But recent amendment said that parliament by law will determine. When say parliament by law means who can control information commissioners? That's nothing but the government can control information commissioners. You can see that right from RTA 2005, the importance of RTA is reduced by the government. Via amendment, via appointment, all these problems are there. That's called lack of political will. And third one is, challenges of RTA. Third one, RTA used for personal reasons rather than public interest. So there was a personality called Ram Shankar Saruj. He belongs to Jharkhand or somewhere, Bihar. He had filed around 600 RTAs. When media went and asked why you are filing RTA like this, he said it's my hobby. And he filed an RTA and goes to his office to work, where entire government was working for his RTA. Assume that you filed an RTA asking that right from 1950s, who are all the candidates in your constituency? What government need to do is, right from 1950s, they need to collect all the data, correct? Who are the candidates, which party they belong, they need to give the data to you. He files an RTA and goes to the office. District collectorate was working for all his RTAs. Okay, they are not working on implementing the programs. They are more busy in working with RTAs. So they want to find who's this guy, and they spend some media person go and find who's this guy. And media asks why you are doing like this. He said it's my hobby. I file an RTA and goes to the office. So sometimes people are not understanding the importance of RTA. Even another good example is I think in Andhra Pradesh University. It's a public university. People began to file an RTA demanding the answer sheets. They're not demanding the answer sheets of their sons and daughters. They're demanding the answer sheets of their toppers. What is the reason for that? What is the reason for demanding the answer sheet of the toppers is to check whether they're properly correcting or not. So like this, people are using RTA for personal reasons. That is itself wrong. And then third one is, next one is, fourth challenge is, fourth one. Information commissioners are mostly retired civil servants, resulting in poor implementation. So assume that you worked for government 30 years. Last 5 years, you are the secretary for Home Affairs in Government of India. After your retirement, you are appointed as information commissioners. And if any question is regarding Home Affairs, what will be the first reaction of you? You worked in Home Ministry for 5 years. After retirement, you are appointed as information commissioner. And there's an RTA regarding Ministry of Home Affairs. What will be the first reaction of you? Whether you support that RTA, what is the reply you give for that RTA is? Because you worked there for 5 years. Ultimately, what will be the reply you gave to the people is, I know how ministry work. This information cannot be given. Don't ask this information. Because you are aligned to the government or aligned to the RTA. Because 30 years you work for the government, correct? Ultimately, what will be your mindset is? You always be pro-government. This is another problem in Information Commission. Mostly, if you go and check the Information Commissioners, all are retired civil servants. If you go in the current Central Information Commissioner, he was a foreign service guy, retired foreign service guy. He's appointed as a current Central Information Commissioner. What the biggest criticism is, he doesn't know what is RTA means. Can you understand the point? A foreign service guy, he's that you know about RTA, literally no. He's appointed as Information Commissioner, Chief Information Commissioner. That is how government reduces importance. Okay. The next point is, last point of challenge, next point. Ineffective Whistleblowers Act. Ineffective Whistleblowers Act to support RTA. So can anyone say who is a whistleblower? Who is a whistleblower? It's not false information. They give the correct information. Who is a whistleblower? How you can say it? To raise an issue. What are other important conditions of a whistleblower? He should be involved in the organization. I don't know who is a whistleblower. A person within the organization. A person within the organization who blow the whistle within the organization, Edward Snowden, another example. Edward Snowden, global level. Similarly in India, Manjunath, Satyendranath Dubey. So what is the story behind these two personalities? Manjunath was working in UP in Hindustan Petroleum or similar to that organizations. He was responsible for monitoring the petrol pumps or petrol stations. And he found out most of the petrol station was selling adulterated petrols. When he questioned that, he was killed by the petrol pump owners by hiring someone. Similarly, if you take Satyendranath Dubey, he worked in Golden Quadrilateral. What is Golden Quadrilateral? Any idea? It's a road network connecting 4 metro cities of India. And he was working in Bihar section. And he found out most of the raw materials were poor quality. When he raised an issue, he was being killed. What the moral of the story here is? So what the moral of the story here? What the moral of the story here is? Okay, in India, if you are in civil services, never be a whistleblower. If you are a whistleblower, what will happen to you? If you are a whistleblower, what will happen to you? Next month, you will not be there to get the salary, correct? Can I say in civil service, which is the most life-threatening services? Life-threatening. Personal life risk is very high. Which service is that? IRS is there. Apart from IRS, which is the most visible one where your life will be always threatened, as in which services? Especially in police services, correct? Which are the safest services? IAS, okay. Even IAS life threat is there. Apart from IAS, IFS, correct? Don't assume that. Okay, postal service is the safest one, correct? Okay. So, don't assume that. Why I ask this question is, most of us feel that in foreign service life is very easy, correct? But the reality is not like that. Can you say which are the countries where even for foreign service life threat is there? North Korea is one. Apart from North Korea, Pakistan, Yemen, Afghanistan. Okay, please understand which is the most dangerous country for Indian diplomat is any idea? If you are an Indian diplomat, which is the most dangerous country for you? Pakistan and Afghanistan. Please understand, Pakistan you are safe. Why you are in Pakistan you are safe is, if anything happens, who is answerable for that? Pakistani government. So they want to make sure that you are safe. Life threat will not be there, but a lot of other challenges are there. Even 1 year before, there was a report saying that Indian diplomats are followed by ISI with a gun and they're threatening Indian diplomats. But they'll not take your life. But if you are in Afghanistan, there are greater chance that your life can be taken out. And who will be responsible for it? Not Afghanistan. Afghanistan government is there, but who is responsible for killing you is Taliban. Not only Taliban, ISI will be involved in it, correct? And this is the experience of a friend, foreign service guy who said before, correct? He got his first posting in Afghanistan. He chose a language called Pashto, and his first posting was in Afghanistan. Within a week, he was called inside a room of intelligence officers, and they asked to listen a conversation. And he never understood any word in that conversation. Two people are speaking, they recorded it. In between that conversation, there was a reference of his name. That's the only word he can understand. Beyond that, he can't understand anything. Once the conversation was over and he asked, what is this? This is a conversation between ISI handler and Taliban. And he asked why they are speaking about me. Right now, they are fixing the price of your head. One is saying $3,000, other is saying $4,000, right? Then he said that then only I understood the importance of Afghanistan, where life threat was very high. And another incident also, he narrated it. Once you are in Afghanistan, if you are an Indian diplomat, they give you personal security because your life is very risky there because a lot of people are ready to end your life. So what happened is our friend belonged to Tamil Nadu. That time ITBP was providing the security there. And our friend chose another Tamil Nadu guy, a sub-inspector level, to be the personal security for him. And it's an open space. Both were talking and coming to another building. Suddenly what happened is this sub-inspector, that is ITBP guy, pulled a friend down. So what would be the instant reaction of you? If you are an Indian diplomat, foreign service guy, a sub-inspector level, a lower rank person pulls you down. What will be the instant reaction of you? What will be the instant reaction of you? You get irritated, correct? Our friend stood up and said, okay, you know what's your rank? You're a sub-inspector. I'm a third secretary. You know what's my rank in UPSC? He was saying all these things, correct? Okay, I'm a foreign service guy. Please behave. Both belong to Tamil Nadu. Still, there's a rank difference. Don't do like this. After all these things, the sub-inspector said, sir, please understand, I didn't do it for any fun. There's a sniper fire over our head. So I just want to protect you. Okay. And next what our friend said is, hereafter, anywhere you can pull me down. Okay. Rank is not important for me. My life is important. Okay. Even in the middle of the meeting, if you think that there's a life threat, you can jump on me. Okay. And what's my point is, even in foreign services, there's a life threat. Very risky positions are there. Like Afghanistan is one. And even some foreign service guy lost their life because of suicide bombings there. Afghanistan is one most dangerous one. Similarly, North Korea is another one. And South Sudan. Syria, all these are a very dangerous one. Don't assume that in foreign services life will be very easy. Only one part of areas is very easy, correct? Which part of world you will be very happy if you are in foreign services? Especially Western Europe. Even Eastern Europe is not that great. Western Europe is good. US is good. Canada is good, correct? Japan. Apart from most of the other countries, always risk is very high. And high risky areas, this one. Afghanistan, South Sudan, Syria. Don't assume that in any services life is very easy. Every service there's risk is very high. And only service where you will not have any risk is the lowest level, like postal services, okay, or defense account services. Okay, the next thing is RTI and second years. RTI and second years. Tambi. Just online candidates, please wait. There is some technical issues. We work on it. And another interesting thing is, while he was here for preparation times and all, that friend, I said about this Afghanistan IFS, correct? He was using his smartphone, Apple and all. Once he came from Afghanistan posting, he was using a very basic mobile, right? We asked, what happened to you? Why are you using this mobile? As per Indian intelligence, if we are in key postings like Afghanistan or Pakistan, we can't use any smartphones. We need to use only basic mobiles. Okay, this is the only mobile I got. And he was so active during his preparation times in Facebook, social media and all. Once he got the posting, what the first thing government said is, just come out of all these things, don't use it. Okay, why you should not use your smartphones is? Why you should not use your smartphones is? Because you will be tracked by the foreign intelligence, correct? And he said that if I have a smartphone, there are greater chance that either Chinese or Pakistanis can monitor me, what I am doing there. So it's always advisable to have a very basic set. He was calling up the subordinates in Afghanistan from the basic mobile and asking, please do this one, I'll come back. I'm on a personal leave. Okay. And he said that this is the most safest one from work perspective, not smartphones. And then he came back to India and worked in Delhi for 3 to 4 years. I think right now he's in Europe somewhere. And he said that don't assume that foreign service is easy cakewalk. It's not like that. Afghanistan is very tough. Even he said that whenever they go out, when, for example, other countries' diplomats are meeting in some parties are similar to that. For Indian diplomat, life risk is very high in Afghanistan. And there'll be always a security cover. And even if you are an Indian diplomat in Afghanistan, they give a bulletproof car. Like Prime Minister Modi, you are being protected. Bulletproof car and everything. He says that when we go for any party or anything, we always check our security personals. And we have some hand signals. Once we get the hand signal, whatever we do, we just throw that everything and come and jump inside the car. Okay. And he said that in a very lighter tone. And while he was in Afghanistan, he was able to interact with a French girl, correct? We are in a party, I'm interacting with the French girl. She was saying how the country is that I'm saying about India. Suddenly what happened, my security guy was standing on the corner and said, like this, they'll have some hand signal, just a tap. He just tapped me. I just ran. I pushed her down and ran and got into the car. She can't understand what happened. Okay. And he said that I lost a great opportunity. Okay. So that all happens there. That all happens there in Afghanistan. Okay. So let me go for the classes RTI and second ARC. RTI and second ARC. And he even said that I didn't feel for it. I don't know whether that girl is, he said that girl introduced as NGO. And our friend doesn't believe it. Probably she may be in French intelligence or something. Okay. So RTI and second ARC. So in that first one is Official Secrets Act. Official Secrets Act 1923. Official Secrets Act 1923. The term official secret. The term official secret is not defined under this act. It's the discretionary power. It's the discretionary power of head of the department. You can write HOD. Discretionary power, head of the department. In bracket, you write secretary. To define what is official secret. To define what is official secret. Next. The presence of this act, in Indian governance, the presence of this act in Indian governance creates confusion among officials while implementing RTI. So because RTI means right to information, it creates transparency. Official Secret Act means what the primary objective of that thing is? To maintain secrecy. There are two acts, opposite objectives. One, they say it's need to be transparent. Another say it's very secretive. If you are an official, you get confused what to do. So that's second year's recommendation. Second ARC recommendation. To scrap or delete. The Official Secrets Act. Scrap or delete Official Secrets Act. And to include certain key provisions under National Security Act 1980. National Security Act 1980 related to preventive detention. So is that you know that preventive detention, where it is related in our Indian Constitution? And you're unable to remember where it is related to Indian Constitution, preventive detention. Article 32, not 32. That is Article 22. Article 22. Is that you know that preventive detention in our Indian system is called as necessary evil? Can anyone say why it is called evil? It's a part of our mains topic. Why it is called evil? Why preventive detention is called as evil? Huh? It can be used as good and bad. Any other logic reason behind why it is called as evil? Preventive detention is called. It curbs the liberty. Then Article 21 and 19. Huh? after arresting time. What are two types of detention? One is preventive, what the other one is punitive detention, correct? What is punitive detention is? After crime, you are being arrested. What is preventive detention is? Based on the assumption that you do a crime. It's against democracy because you didn't do anything. Government believe that you may be involving in crime. Please understand, this preventive detention is a British legacy. During British times, as national movement was happening, to avoid that, they have this preventive detention. But if we go and check in any democracy in modern day era, they doesn't have the concept. But in India, we have it. So against the democracy, that's called evil. Why it is necessary? Why in India it's necessary? To maintain public order is one. That is, a lot of laws are there. But why still in India we have this preventive detention? Use your logical sense. Huh? Internal terrorism. Please understand, one of the major reasons is separatist tendencies in India. Correct? When we got our independence, how many princely states were part of India? How many princely states were part of India? 540 princely states, correct? Which are the princely states want to move out of India? They doesn't want to be part of Indian system. What are those princely states? One is Hyderabad, Jammu and Kashmir, Junagadh, correct? So there comes the importance of preventive detention. That's the reason it's called necessary. And can you give any other example of Indian democracy necessary evil? One is preventive detention. What is another good example of necessary evil? For a democracy that's not required, for Indian condition that's required. Against the democracy is called evil. For Indian condition, it's necessary. Can you give any other points like that in our Indian constitution? One is this preventive detention. Not as per. Another one is emergency. Please understand, if you go and check any other democracy, they don't have emergency provisions in constitution. In India, we have it. Again, it's a necessary evil. Keep that in mind. This can be a mains point. Why it is called as necessary evil. Okay. So the first recommendation is, write down, this official secret is the first one. The term official secret is not defined under this act. The term official secret is not defined under this act. And second one is Indian Evidence Act 1873. Indian Evidence Act 1873. Sorry, 1872, not 73. Indian Evidence Act 1872. As per this act, any unpublished information, as per this act, any unpublished information can be provided only based on authorization of head of the department. Authorization of head of the department. And second as recommendation. If the information is denied under this act, the reason for denial need to be given which can be examined by the High Court, for malified intentions, for malified or wrong intentions. Check for malified intentions or wrong intentions. To understand this, there's an equivalent in our Indian system. So how many of you know this case, Bommai case, SR Bommai case? Anyone have an idea what is this SR Bommai case is? Where it's related, SR Bommai case? It's regarding Article 356, correct? After this SR Bommai case, in India what happens is, whenever union government impose presidential rule, who will cross-check that? As per after this SR Bommai case. Please understand, judiciary comes and cross-check. In what area judiciary will cross-check us? What is the reason for implementing Article 356? Is it a valid reason? If that is not true, what court will do? If it is not true, what court will do? Is any idea? The court will reinstate the previous government, correct? Please note down your side. Go and check Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Article 356. Recent past. Arunachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Article 356. It's all based on SR Bommai case. Similar to that, this is a recommendation. If head of the department or secretary deny the information, he need to give the reasons that can be cross-checked by the High Court. Okay. Next one is exempted organization. Third recommendation, exempted organization. Exempted organization. As per second schedule, as per second schedule of RTA, exempted organizations, as per second schedule of RTA, exempted organizations are listed by the Act. Listed by the Act. So can anyone say what are the important schedules of Indian Constitution? That can be a prelims question. Match the following. Important schedules of Indian Constitution. 7th schedule, that is list, correct? What about 10th schedule of Indian Constitution? Anti-defection, correct? What is 5th and 6th schedule? Tribal areas. What is the difference between 5th and 6th? Tribal areas is common for both 5th and 6th. But in, I think 6th schedule, what are the states being added in that? Huh? Okay. Okay. What are the northeastern states? 5th or 6th? That one. Northeastern states. 6th only, correct? Correct. So can anyone say what are the states being added in this? Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram, Tripura. You add all these things, correct? Only another 2 states are there, correct? Only 4 states are there. What are those 4 states? Any idea? Assam, Nagaland, Manipur, Meghalaya. Why am I asking this is, please understand in prelims, this is the area that will confuse you. Because A means, what are 2 states in the northeastern state with the starting words A? Assam, Arunachal Pradesh. M means Mizoram, Manipur, Meghalaya. Correct? Please go and check where they can ask you question prelims. Very simple one. So 5th and 6th schedule is regarding tribal areas. Correct? Please check. Sometimes in UPS they ask you to match these schedules. Okay. Similar to that, in RTI, we have the second schedule listing out the exempted organizations. What is second year's recommendation? Second year's recommendation. Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram. Okay, just check this. One of your friends has put Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram. I'll repeat the last point in Indian Evidence Act. What the last point is? So the point I said is Indian Evidence Act. Recommendation. Okay, if the information is denied, the reason for denial need to be given, which can be examined by High Court. Which can be examined by High Court. Right, the next one is second year's recommendation for exempted organizations. Right, and first point is there need to be periodic omission and commission of organization, periodic omission and commission of organization in exempted list by understanding their roles and objectives. By understanding their roles and objectives. Please understand, India, what the current status is. Once an organization gets into exempted organization, no one is cross-checking it whether we want to take it out. Once it gets fixed, it always being permanently fixed. But what second DRC says is, based on time period, you need to cross-check it whether it need to be there or should be taken out. And second point is, second for exempted organizations, public information officer, PIOs, public information officers need to be appointed. Public information officers need to be appointed in exempted organizations, to provide informations regarding human rights violation and corruption. So the next recommendation is, so next one, confidentiality classification. Next one is confidentiality classification. So I think most of you watched this James Bond movies, correct? Once a paper is thrown on the table, what at the top of the paper they stamp it as confidentiality classification. What at the top of the paper they stamp it as. Okay, right now you can see in Bond movies, they throw a file on top of the file, what they stamp it as? Confidential, classified, correct? Top secret, that we can see it, correct? And another most important thing is, can never assume your life in intelligence like a James Bond, correct? Okay, what the biggest problem in working in intelligence department, any idea? If you are working in IB or RAW, in which services there's a greater opportunity for work in RAW, any idea? IPS, not only IPS, most of the service there's opportunity, like foreign service there's opportunity, especially IPS there's opportunity, correct? What the biggest challenge in working in intelligence department, any idea? Not like movies your life will be. What are the biggest challenges there? First and foremost, biggest challenge is you can't take credit for your work. What does take credit for your work means? What's your achievement? No one knows. Second one is, if you are spying for India, you're also being spied. What is you're also being spied is? Someone will be watching you. Don't think that no one has to look over you. You will be watched, constantly watched. Third one is, if something goes wrong, what will happen to you? If something goes wrong, for example, you get caught with Pakistan, what happens there? First and foremost thing, government will say is that we don't know this guy. Okay, even to the extreme, they say that he's not an Indian citizen at all. That is the level they go. And the fourth one is your family. When you are in intelligence department, if you are in key positions, even your family members does not know what you're doing. That will have an impact on your personal life. If your life partner need to understand this perfectly, correct? Assume that your life partner have some suspicion over you. What will happen, correct? Once a senior calls you, ultimately what happens? Mostly it will be an official work. What you do is you take the phone and run out of the home or go to the remote corner and attend the call, correct? Or the next thing our life partner will think is, or wife will think is, okay, indala first spy pannu, correct? I don't know what this guy is doing, correct? Whenever call comes, he goes and gets settled in some corners. I don't know what this guy is doing, correct? She becomes a spy, correct? So that's the reality. So don't assume that your life will be like that in James Bond movies, correct? Or what in James Bond movies the hero will do is, morning he wakes up, correct, neatly dressed, drive a car and kill 2 people, correct? In any given day, afternoon comes to a bar, have a couple of drinks, correct? Then after correct? So that will not be a life. Please understand, intelligence work is very difficult. Recently, whose case is very famous in India? Anyone able to remember whose case is very famous in India? Kulbhushan Jadhav, correct? This is the first time where Indian government has accepted it. He's an Indian citizen and categorically said that he's part of our organization. What are the accusation about this guy by Pakistanis? He was a raw agent, correct? He actually worked in Indian Navy, resigned Indian Navy, and he was get caught in Pakistan. Pakistan says he's a raw agent. If you go and check the previous history of raw agent get caught with Pakistan, Indian government never take responsibility. Anything happened to him, India never bothers. Similarly, can you say who's the other raw agent very famous in India right now? Who's the other raw agent very famous in India? We never know that he worked in raw. Not, this NSA, who's the NSA? National Security Advisor. Who is the NSA? Ajit Doval. He was in RAW for 6 to 7 years, IPS officer. posted in Pakistan. And once he said to Pakistan, Pakistan should not dare to attack India like Mumbai terror attack hereafter. We know how to slice Pakistan without firing a bullet. So what he's saying to Pakistan is, Pakistan took this, Pakistan took this very seriously, because what he said, they accepted it. What is the point he's saying to Pakistan is, we doesn't want to attack you militarily, we know how to destabilize Pakistan. And he worked in Pakistan for 6 to 7 years as a raw agent. He has an in and out of Pakistan. What happens in Pakistan, he knows very well. And one of the biggest problem for Pakistan is Balochistan, correct? So Balochistan is internal security threat for Pakistan. And what Pakistan accuses is, India has a major role in it, correct? And we know this China-Pakistan economic corridor. From where it starts? Any idea? It starts in Gwadar port. Where Gwadar port is located is Balochistan, correct? India has always have an upper hand. Okay, let's see what happens. So these are different aspects of it. The next one is, that's correct. Ajit Doval is correct. So confidentiality classification in that, right on? To identify government information, as commercial information and top secret. Next. The information classified as top secret need to be in public domain after specified time period. Example, US shares, US shares was secret. Example, US shares was secrets after 30 years. Can anyone say what is little boy, fat boy? It's nothing but a nuclear bomb for Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Everyone in the world knows. But in 1940, that was a top secret program. Only few people in US know that they are developing nuclear weapons, correct? And whereas right now in the world, everyone knows what is little boy and fat boy, correct? What about Indian government? Is that Indian government sharing all the information with us? Until now, whose death was questionable in India? There was one freedom fighter's death was questionable. No one knows whether he's alive. Someone said he's in Singapore, Japan. Okay, Subhash Chandra Bose. Government never took the responsibility, correct? That's a part of Indian system, but you can see in Western world, especially US, sharing the war secrets. My question is, why US attacked Japan with a nuclear bomb, not Germany? Why they want to put the bomb in Japan, not in Germany? Huh? They high moral, correct? Because in Japan, there's a samurai code. What is samurai code? Is a warrior code. Until you are the last person, you need to fight the enemy. So they have that high ethics. So they want to teach a lesson. Americans, they put a bomb on it. That is one reason. Then any other reasons? What is financial aspect? Automobile industry. For what reason? There are multiple reasons why they attacked Japan, not with Germany. Because who started World War II was Germany. But they never put the bomb in Germany. Why they went for Japan? One is high level of morale. Huh? They only attacked the US. Then apart from this, please understand, when US entered the war, 1939 Second World War started. When US entered the war is 1941, correct? Until then, what US was doing? They are the weapon suppliers to UK and France, correct? If something happens in Europe, what will happen to US? Please understand, UK and France need to repay the money. If you create destability in Europe, ultimately, US is going to lose it. Apart from this, nuclear bomb was an unproven technology. So that doesn't want to test in European mainland. They want to put in a Japan and Ireland. If something goes wrong, no one gets biggest impact. Now another major reason is, you know that Berlin. There was a fight between US and Russia to enter Berlin. Can you say why? When they reached Berlin, to the borders of Berlin, US is also saying that we want to enter Berlin. That's Russia. Modern day Russia also saying that we want to enter into Berlin. Why these two friends were fighting to enter Berlin? Any idea? Not only fame. Fame is one. Apart from this, there are some practical reasons. Control on Europe then. Not only iron mine, please understand, both the countries, US and Russia, modern day Russia, want to capture the best brains of Germany. Right now, what are the modern technologies we are using in the world are German. After the class, go and check who developed NASA. Anyone have an idea who developed NASA? Right now, we say NASA space exploration. Who developed it? Please understand that was all done by German scientists who worked for Hitler. What US did is they captured all the best brains, took them to US and asked them to work in NASA. Right now we say stealth technologies, correct? All are developed by Germans during World War II. Missiles developed by Germans. So that was the reason why they doesn't want to disturb German society a lot. So they went for Japan. Okay. So on the point. Next thing is. So next recommendation is. That's correct. Someone has rightly put Operation Paperclip. So next one is building institutions. Confidentiality classification is over. Next thing is building institutions. Building institutions. In that, written first point is second as recommendation. First point. At least 50%. At least 50% of information commissioners. 50% of information commissioners need to be from non-civil service background. From non-civil service background. What is the reason? We already saw, correct? Second one. Central Information Commission, CIC. Central Information Commission need to establish regional offices to enhance the effectiveness of RTI Act. When you say Central Information Commission means geographically where it will be located, logical one. Central Information Commission means which city it will be located. Okay, it will be always New Delhi, correct? If you are filing an RTA, whether you spend money to reach New Delhi? Literally no. My basic question is a distance a factor in public services? Is a distance a factor in public service or not? Please understand it's strong yes. Take example of Tamil Nadu. We have a capital Chennai, northernmost part. So we can see that we have a high court in Madras, which is the other high court we have in Tamil Nadu. Madurai. Why the reason for creating a Madurai bench of high court is? Okay, because it's to serve the southern districts of Tamil Nadu. Correct? Even once there was a recommendation to create a new capital for Tamil Nadu. What is that city? Anyone have an idea? Trichy. What is the reason for selecting Trichy? That is center of the state. Correct? So distance is also a factor in public services. Keep that in mind. When the distance increases, public service will not be very effective. Even another way of understanding is our national capital is Delhi, correct? We are deep south. What do you think about the government? Whether you accept the government or deny the government? Please, and most of the time, we always never accept the government. I think last year report says that the Tamil Nadu is the state where the highest number of protests against the government. For everything, there's a protest. Only Corona has stopped it. Or else you can see that every time there'll be some protest. And even union government get irritated with Tamil Nadu, correct? So a lot of things are trending also, correct? Can you give examples of Tamil Nadu protest getting trending in social media? One is Go Back Modi. Apart from Go Back Modi, Jallikat is one. Then apart from this, there's a t-shirt, correct? What t-shirt is that? Okay, Hindi theriyadu poda, correct? Okay. Where union government is struggling a lot to enforce Hindi here, correct? What are people did is wear a t-shirt and said that, no, we don't do it. So protesters like that in sense. Please understand, this also reflects in civil services. Once a person from Tamil Nadu gets into civil services, this also reflects there. First thing, what the thing people from Tamil Nadu do is, once you get into services, what the next thing the people in Tamil Nadu will do is, any idea? What the next thing they do is, they form a group. In Missouri, they form a group. Okay. And what happened is, wherever they go as a group. For mess, for classes, even for toilet, they go as a group only. Okay, they even criticize it. Tamil Nadu people will be like this only. Always form a mini Tamil Nadu wherever they go. And even one friend, what happened is, they allocated the room for them, accommodation. He went to the course director. What is the procedure? Like Vasul Raja, you know that? What is the procedure to change the room? And the reason is to change the room to his friend's room, correct? Even another incident is, our friend got into All India top rank, Tamil Nadu cadre IAS. Is that, if you are from non-Hindi speaking state, you should learn Hindi. It's a mandatory one. He went for the Hindi class. First day, first class, he was sitting there. So before starting the class, our friend began to ask why I want to learn Hindi with the staff. And he said that these are the reason to learn Hindi, because you want to communicate with other states, all these things. And our friend said, I got Article 21. What is Article 21 is? Right to life and liberty. Or the next thing the staff said is, are you from Tamil Nadu? Yes, sir. We know that. You people will be only from Tamil Nadu, correct? Speaking Article 21, why I want to learn Hindi and all these things. Ultimately, he said that if you want to get it off Missouri, you want to pass in Hindi, that's a mandatory one, do it. So that's the problem of people from Tamil Nadu, correct? Wherever they go, they create this mini Tamil Nadu. One of the reasons is the distance is also there. I think you're able to remember Vadivel comedy, correct? There was one comedy where Vadivel as a politician, media person asked why funds are not reaching to Tamil Nadu. What the next thing the Vadivel does, a comedian in Tamil movies, he open up the map of India and say that the problem is distance. Tamil Nadu and Delhi is so distant, we can take Tamil Nadu and put it very close to Delhi, correct? Though it's a comedy sense, reality is true. In public services, when the distance increases, the power of that particular system will get reduced a lot, correct? A lot of comedies, what we see in movies, applies to real life also, correct? There's another comedy of Vadivel. I don't know how many of you remember it. He was a bus conductor. Someone comes and sells the bus, correct? Idu ungal suttu, correct? Correct? So, like that, public office is not like your property, correct? So, a lot of things are there. So right now, we take a break for 5 minutes, then we go for the remaining aspects. So, what is CIC? Repeat the point report. I said that's correct. The Central Information Commission need to establish regional offices, to enhance effectiveness of RTA Act. Enhance effectiveness of RTA Act. Okay, Radha, next one is, so those points which you missed in online, I'll just say it last. Okay, just note it down. Last 5 to 10 minutes, I'll just share it. Next one is designating information officer. Next slide heading, designating information officer. So can you say in civil service, which is greatest important? Seniority or merit? In civil service, which is the most important thing? Seniority or merit? Please understand, merit is not that much important. It's more about seniority. In which service it's very visible? Seniority is very visible in which services? Okay, please understand, police services, seniority is utmost important, correct? When a senior say, what is the only thing you can say to the seniors? Yes, sir, correct? In Tamil Nadu, sollunga ayya. Amanga ayya, correct? At the maximum, you can say yes, sir. Okay. And can you say in which services there is somewhat liberty to interact with the senior? Can you say in which service that liberty is there? You can say, especially in foreign service, the liberty is there. Somewhat like a corporate job, you can interact with the senior. But in all other services, seniority is utmost important, especially in police services, seniority is utmost important. My question is, if you go for any government departments, while they appoint PIO, Public Information Officer, is additional charge, who will receive the RT applications. Assume that if a sub-inspector is given the rank of PIO, can he go and ask the question of the SP? What a problem in this? If a sub-inspector is appointed as a PIO, he receive an RTA, can he go and ask a question of the SP of the district? Literally no. Why it will not happen is because organizationally, SP is more powerful person, correct? And he need to, as sub-inspector need to work only for the SP. This is how government always does. Appoint a junior officer as a PIO, Public Information Officer, who cannot go and get the information from the seniors, correct? And don't assume that in police services, life will be like Singham Surya or something. You can say a senior that this is my police station, you should not enter, like that you can't say it. What the reality is, okay, thereafter you will not be there, okay? Okay, if you say this dialogue, the seniors get literally irritated, correct? The point is, if a senior comes to you, what the police culture, anyone have an idea what the police culture? If a senior comes to your office, what the police culture? Okay, huh? Okay, please understand, once a senior comes to your office, what the police culture is, you need to give his seat. If you are sitting, you need to stand up and he'll be sitting in your place. What is the scope of this dialogue? This is my police station. Literally no, correct? Not even in dreams you can say it. If you say that to an officer, this is my police station, Tamil sollanum kunidondi podachiruvanga. Okay, so that's not the reality. Write on the points. Write on the point. While appointing public information officer, the officials with required seniority, in the rank of joint secretary, need to be appointed. This ensures effective RTA implementation within organization. Effective RTA implementation within organization. So can anyone say which is the other organization similar to this, where seniority is utmost important? Which is the other organization like that? Like police, which may be the other organizations, to your common sense knowledge. So any other organization where seniority is given utmost importance apart from police services? Please understand, you can see that in defense a lot. Army life, you can see that seniority is given utmost important. Can anyone say why this is required in uniform services. If you are in army, why a senior says something, you need to do it. Why? What is the reason behind? What is the reason behind it? Not experience. It's not about experience. It's not about experience. What may be the other reason? What may be the other reason? Why you need to have that habit in an army life or in defense services? Whenever senior says something, without questioning, you need to do it. Can you say? Not based on experience. That's the reason why we need to have that discipline, accepting the orders. They are not only expertise, because organization demands that culture. Why that organization demands that culture? Maintaining law and order. Not respect. It's not about respect factor. If you are in army, you need to have that character. Army demands like that. Why army demands like that? That's the question. Yes, Huh? Huh? For that, you need to accept the senior's order. That's not like that. That's very different, correct? Please understand, one of the major basic reasons, keep in mind, assume that right now there's a war between India and China. You are the senior. Below you, there are 10 soldiers. Once you say attack China, what does the soldiers need to do? Without any questioning, they need to enter into China. If that is not the culture, what will happen? Attack China and say, and people will not accept your order. The next thing they do is, you go first. Why I? Correct? I got a family, 2 kids are waiting there. So in army life, this chain of command, what they call as chain of command, that should not be broken. Whenever senior says something, you need to accept it. Even there was an experience of a friend. Can you say how you can get into army life? There are 2 ways of getting into army life. What are the 2 ways? Once you finish off your 12th, write an examination, get into NDA, National Defense Academy. After that, right now, after graduation, you can write the examination, get into OTA, Officers Training Academy. Please understand, if you are interested in uniform services, if you are ready to work in army, with civil service preparations, you can also write the examination. We have a lot of friends who cracked starting preparation in civil services. Right now, they are in OTA. If you are interested, you can also try that thing. That's the second opportunity, via OTA. And our friend got via NDA. And you know that in NDA, once you go there, seniors becomes the most ruthless. Is that you know what? And our friend doesn't have the habit of drinking and all. Once you go there in army life, we call it as wine and dine. Similar to foreign services. And first day he asked to drink, sitting along with the seniors. He said to a senior, I will not drink. And after 10 minutes, they were chatting something. And again asked to drink. He said, no, I will not drink. It's not my habit. Third time, what happened is, the senior said to another senior, take him out. And our friend thought that, okay, this is some other discussion. They went to the corner. He was slapped twice and said, whenever senior says something, do it. He came back, sit in a place. Senior said, have a drink. Without any questioning, our friend took the glass, put it on his mouth, have a sip. Okay. Why that is required, we discussed. Right now, if you want to attack any country, there should not be any hesitant on the part. Also, he narrated another incident regarding AFSPA. What's the opinion about AFSPA for us, Armed Force Special Power? Good or bad for us? Based on paper reading, we always assume that AFSPA is bad. It's a human rights violation. But what he said is, please understand, in any given year, if you go and check newspapers, 3 to 4 days, we can get the negative news about AFSPA. Remaining all days, AFSPA is properly implemented. And he narrated an incident why AFSPA is required. He was posted in Jammu and Kashmir. And they got intelligence reports stating that there are 2 terrorists in a village. And is that, in army life, there's a concept called buddy system. You don't have an idea what is buddy system means. What is buddy system in army life is, they always pair the people who know well each other for operations. Simple to say, friends. In army life, there are friends. They pair them for operations. What is the advantage in that? If you know your friend very well in army life, what is the advantage in that aspect as operations? So they have very good rapport, good communication, good coordination, all will be there, correct? So what happened, he said this, he went to Jammu and Kashmir. That was his first month in Jammu and Kashmir in a unit. Suddenly, he was paired with another guy to do an operation where there's no buddy system. He was along with another friend. Because of need of operation, he was paired with another one. And they went to an operation and they got intelligence that in a particular home, there are 2 terrorists. They went inside the home in the bottom area, that is in ground floor, elderly person with 2 or 3 kids playing there. First they asked the question, where is the terrorist? First the person said, no, there is no terrorist here, you came to the wrong house. But they clearly got the intelligence, there are 2 terrorists there. And they just asked politely, nothing was coming. Suddenly one of the other army guy took the kid, showed outside of the valley. That is, if you're not saying the answer, I'm going to drop the kid. And that elderly person said that without our invitation, there are 2 terrorists on the top. He said, ASPA is required. We know that it's a human rights violation, taking a kid and demanding the information because life is required here. Because if you're not taking any actions, ultimately terrorists can kill the army guys. So we want to take extreme action even though we know it's a human rights violation. So ASPA is required for us. Then what happened is they went to the first floor, pitch dark room like this. A lot of things are being arranged. And this is one door, window is here. So what happened is this army gets 2 guys enter the room. Another friend, not our friend. Another friend, what he did is he just fired AK-47 in semicircle, ran across the room, jumped outside of the window. And what is standard operating procedure in army is once a civilian is taken out and terrorists are within a home, they go for RPG. What is RPGs? They call it as rocket propelled grenade. They blow the entire building. He just jumped out of the window and said to the other army persons, fire RPG. Then only he sensed that our friend is not with him. What our friend did is, once this AK-47 being fired, he just dug down, he just moved to the corner, came and sit near here. He was sitting here like this. Out of this firing, one terrorist was dead. He got a bullet wound, he died there. What another terrorist did is, he also dug down, came and sat behind our friend. So both are sitting there. Both sensed that there's another guy. What the assumption is, our friend army guy thought that this is another army guy. The terrorist thought this is another terrorist sitting besides me. After a point of time, our friend got a doubt. Who's this guy not speaking anything? We came for an operation. Then there is a hunch for him, probably this may be a terrorist. And what he did is, he began to touch his feet, touch his knees, touch his shoulders, touch his cheeks. Then he got the shock. What the shock is? A beer, correct? Then he said, I thought I'm dead right now. How a terrorist also knows that this is not a terrorist, this is an army guy? How terrorists know that this is an army guy? Huh? He doesn't do the same thing. Because very logical one, correct? When Indian army is conducting an operation, who will come and touch your cheeks, correct? He knows that this is an army guy, correct? And he said, that was the luckiest day in my life. That terrorist never fire a AK-47, he got an AK-47 terrorist. Took the butt side. What does butt side means? What he put on shoulder to fire, correct? He just hit my cheeks, he said. I just jumped out of the window, get caught by the army guys. And he said that was most luckiest day. When I touched the cheek of that terrorist, we asked, what was in your mind? I thought about my sister and mother, who is going to take care of them right now. Anyway, I'm going to die right now because he's going to put AK-47 bullet into my head. He said, army life is very tough. ASPA is most important. So what's the point here is, what is the source of information for us? When we prepare for examination, what is the major source of information for us? Current events, what is the major source of information for us? Which is the source we always rely on? Please understand, newspaper is correct. Which newspaper we always rely on? Which paper we are studying a lot? We are not studying, correct? So which paper we are studying is we use Hindu, correct? What is the problem in Hindu newspapers? Anyone have an idea? What is the challenge in Hindu newspaper? Please understand, Hindu newspaper is a socialistic newspaper. So what is the outcome of the socialistic newspaper is? They always criticize the government. That we need to know it. But counter information also we need to know. What is counter information is? Positive side. What is the best source for knowing the positive side is? I am saying from mains angle. Don't panic for prelims. PIB is the best source, correct? Take example of Farmers Act. If you read Hindu, what is the first information strikes to your mind when you take Farmers Act? So MSP is not given, mandis are not being promised. But if you go and read Yojana, there will be different pictures about Farmers Act. So what the bottom line is, whenever you read anything in Hindu, don't take that as a primary source of information. That's the information required. Along with that, you go and check the counter information. Okay, counter information also important. Because government action is always not negative. But if you are reading Hindu continuously, that would be the mindset. This has even happened to a friend in interview. Say something about northeastern states. If you are reading Hindu continuously, what would be the point striking your mind when we say northeastern states means? Insurgency, tribal conflict, lack of development. Soon a member asked, stop. Is that you know only about negative things about northeastern states? Then only struck his mind, okay, they're asking simply what you know about northeastern states. Then he began to say about the positive things. What are positive things? Tourism is one. Apart from tourism, what are other positives of northeastern states? Culture, biodiversity, correct? Literacy rate is high, correct? Then he began to say all these things. He came and said, one of the reasons for me to think negative sense is because of reading Hindu a lot. When they say northeastern states, I think all the negative sense about northeastern because reading Hindu a lot. Okay, keep that in mind. Right, next recommendation is. So next thing is. So what is the kind of view promoted by Indian Express? Please understand, newspaper you can study anything. There is no bar in it. I said what is Hindu is to caution you. Don't think that Hindu is not required. Hindu you can read it. For mains angle, whenever you read anything in Hindu, check the counter information. Counter information means most of the time Hindu will be criticizing the government. What is the positive side of it? You know it. That is always required. Or else psychologically what we always do is we always think from critical aspect. But what examination writing is UPSC, you want to work for the government. Correct? Outrightly you can't go on criticizing the government. Please understand, government accept criticism. What is that criticism is? Constructive criticism. What is constructive criticism means? Identify the problem, give the solutions. We should not radically criticize the government. What's radically criticize the government means? Outrightly saying that government is worst. Or another way of saying, understanding this is, as an administrator, what you learn from corona pandemic. What may be the point you say for this? As an administrator. If you are reading Hindu, most of the time we get a negative point. What the negative point is? So migrants are not taken care, sir. They lost their life in road. They walk for 100 kilometers. Okay, that's true. But you need to have positive mindset. What a positive mindset is? How government responded for COVID. How government responded for COVID. Compared to other nations, India is very effective. Take example of US and compare it, correct? Then apart from this, we use technology very effectively, correct? What are the app being developed during that time? Arogya Setu app, correct? How it worked, Arogya Setu app, any idea? That can be a prelims question in science and technology. Not Bluetooth, you know this term called geofencing. Just check this technology, what this geofencing means. These are positive things. Keep that in mind, okay? The next point is, so please say again heading of recommendation regarding public information officer. Designating information officer, that's the recommendation. Okay, designating information officer. The next one is record keeping. Record keeping. Record keeping. So can anyone say why for government it takes 30 days to give the information? Why they can't give it instantly? So what is the problem? Why government can't give instantly? It takes 30 days for government to give the information. Because most of the documents are in paper format. So record keeping, use of modern technologies. Use of modern technologies such as ICT. Use of modern technologies such as ICT to store public informations, to store public informations in electronic format. This results in quick access and delivery. This results in quick access and delivery of information under RTA Act. Quick access and delivery of information under RTA Act. Second point, government departments need to provide information under suo motu. Informations under suo motu. So can anyone say what a suo motu means? What does suo moto means? On their own, correct? Under suo moto, to provide informations resulting in minimal RT applications, resulting in minimal RT applications. Minimal RT applications. The next thing is awareness. Last few points. Next thing is awareness. Effective use of media. Effective use of media, comma, local language, comma, local language for awareness generation. Local language for awareness generation. Next, single window agency. Single window agency. Single window agency. At district level, right? At district level, to identify nodal department. Identify nodal department or agency to file RTA, application for various departments. This minimizes loss of time, minimizes loss of time and resources for citizens. Example. Can anyone say which department can be a nodal agency? You go to that particular department, file RTA for other departments, which may be the nodal department. Use your common sense. Simple thing. Which department is present across India? Which department is present across India or even across villages? In each villages, you can see that government department. What is that? Postal department. Example. Postal department can act as single window agency. Okay, to understand the importance of postal department is that we have the habit of writing letters in our life. Leave out love letters. Apart from this, is that any have a habit of writing letters to our father, mother, sisters? Literally, we are using social media only, correct? Except school days, as I am suffering from fever, correct? Beyond that, no scope of writing a letter. And we are using social media. My question is, why we have postal departments then? As a common man, we are not using postal department, correct? Then why we have a postal department? What is the biggest asset of postal department is? Because they have the reachability to every Indians. That is the reason government doesn't want to throw away postal department. What postal departments are right now doing? What are other services they're providing? Any idea? Please understand, they act as a bank. We know payment banks, correct? And they're selling gold coins. They're selling Ganga water. You can buy Ganga water in postal departments. Okay, if you are religious, you can go and buy it. We don't know whether it's Ganga water or not. But they say that they are ready to give Ganga water to you, correct? So that's the importance is postal departments have a reachability. That's the reason government want to take it out. They always try to give a lot of other services. As a common man, we are not writing any letters in our life. Okay, that can be a single window agency. Last two recommendations. Next one is constitutional amendment. Next thing is constitutional amendment. Constitutional amendment. The constitution need to be amended. Constitution need to be amended regarding oath and affirmation, regarding oath and affirmation for ministers. For ministers. The term oath of secrecy. The term oath of secrecy need to be amended as oath of transparency. This results in administrative culture. This results in administrative culture of openness. Administrative culture of openness. And last one, frivolous request. Last one, frivolous request. Can anyone say what the term frivolous means? So anyone have an idea what the term frivolous means? English term frivolous. What's English term frivolous means? Unwanted, correct? To understand what this unwanted request is. So can anyone say at what time a Prime Minister wakes up? As per media reporting, we are not going to see that, correct? What time he wakes up in the morning? Any idea? At what time Prime Minister wakes up? By morning 4:30, correct? What important activity a Prime Minister does? Yoga, correct? Can we file an RTA and ask what is today's yoga posture? Because I'm an Indian citizen, I want to know everything about our Prime Minister, correct? Please send today's Prime Minister's yoga posture, correct? This is called frivolous request or unwanted information, correct? Already our Prime Minister have done it, correct? Fitness challenge, fitness challenge, correct? Running around the trees, lying on a rock. Okay. So please understand, working for our Prime Minister is very tough right now. Can you understand the point? If you are a civil servant, right now you are posted in Delhi. By morning 4 o'clock, our Prime Minister wakes up. By morning 6, he gets ready, correct? If he wants, he can come by the office by morning 6. What about you, correct? If you have a family and your kids and all, morning 6 o'clock going for office, one day it's not a problem. Third day, fourth day means you know that what will be your life partner's reaction, correct? Life partner will call up, okay, life partner will call up the parents and say that, correct? Anneke sonna indalala vandana, correct? Okay. And please understand, our Prime Minister is not only the dangerous guy right now. Who's the other one? Who's the other political head right now by morning 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock wakes up? Anyone have an idea? Who's the other one? By morning 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock he wakes up, do meditation, yoga and everything. Not Rahul Gandhi. Okay. It's not morning or afternoon, correct? Who is the other important personality? Probably he may be the next important personality in BJP also. They're projecting in that sense. Anyone have an idea? Not Amit Shah. Amit Shah got a lot of health complication. So you know that Chief Minister of UP. What is Chief Minister of UP? Yogi Adityanath. Most dangerous. By morning 2:33 wakes up. Assume that you are a civil servant in Delhi when he is the Prime Minister, correct? By morning 3 o'clock, there will be a call to you, correct? Where you are. You will say, where I will be in my bed only, correct? Okay. So, point is, in BJP, the leaders have a lot of personal disciplines. They're very good in personal disciplines, like Prime Minister and also Yogi Adityanath, correct? That's also dangerous for a civil servant like you, once you get into the services. Okay. Next is, what is frivolous request means? To amend RTI Act, to include that any request on frivolous nature, can be denied by PIOs, Public Information Officer. Can be denied by PIOs, Public Information Officer. Next. Those denial need to be informed. Those denial need to be informed to SIC. That is State Information Commission. or Central Information Commission, CIC. You can write SIC and CIC. SIC or CIC, State Information Commission or Central Information Commission, within 15 working days, 1-5, within 15 working days. So these are the things regarding RTA. Just quickly go through this RTA. Just go through it. What is the ineffective whistleblower's point is, so you know that whistleblower is a person within the organization who blows the whistle. And as in India right now, we don't have a strong whistleblowers act that stops people within the organization to identify the maladministration or corruption. They're not ready to come out of it. That's the reason why RTA is also not effective. Another point is regarding this term whistleblower. Never ever in your answer writing use this term. Especially where you should not use it is that ethics class is over for you. Case study is over. Case study is over for you. So you know that in case studies, they'll give a situation and they ask how do you respond for it, correct? For example, your friend is involving in a corruption. What do you do? What are the steps you do, correct? Similar to that case studies, never ever write the term whistleblower. Outside, whistleblower is good. But once you get into the system, you should not have the objective of whistleblowing. What does whistleblowing means? You don't believe the system and find some alternative ways. What is the alternative ways is? Going for social media, taking a video, putting in social media, correct? How many of you have this information? BSF Jawan taking a picture of this food distributed to him and saying it's very bad. I think 2 or 3 years before, correct? That was used by Chinese world level to say that Indian army is not good. They are not even able to feed their soldiers. Never ever in your case studies write this term whistleblower. You will not get the marks. You need to prepare for your next prelims. There's a word you should not use it in your answer writing. Okay. Within the system, you need to find the solutions. You will understand. For example, if senior is involving in corruption, what need to be done? Never write whistleblowing as an answer. You will not get the marks. Okay. Let's quickly go through this RTA once. Any clarification? So what is the qualification point in Information Commissioner? So what the qualification point is, write down a person of eminence in public life with experience and knowledge in science and technology, law, mass media, administration and governance. Okay. So anyone have an idea? Interesting RTAs in India? Interesting RTAs in India. A lot of RTAs are filed. Any interesting RTAs? Anyone have an idea? So one RTA was filed by the wife of our Prime Minister. And we know that our Prime Minister and wife is not together, correct? Prime Minister is in Delhi and wife is in Gujarat, correct? Once you become a Prime Minister, what the next thing the Indian government does for you or Indian system does for you? Once you become a Prime Minister, your life is more important, correct? So the next thing they do is they call up the special forces. Who are the special forces to protect the Prime Minister? Not black cats. It's called as SPG, Special Protection Group. Okay. Once our Prime Minister came into office, he was provided SPG, and that SPG is also given to the immediate family members. And the same SPG personnel went to Gujarat to protect the wife. She was living in a village. One day she opened the door. There are 5 to 6 guys, well built, with all modern weapons standing there. She literally got shocked. Who's these guys? The worst part is when she went for the local shop, these 3 guys were standing, walking along with her. Think in a rural area with well-built structure, all weapons going along with her, correct? She put an RTA, asked, who are these guys? Okay. And the government replied that these are SPG guys to protect you. She said, please remove this. They are creating panic in me, not protecting me, correct? After that, they were removed. And another interesting thing about RTA is, can you file RTA to UPSC? Can you file RTA to UPSC? Technically, yes, you can do it. But how UPSC respond is most important thing. Once a candidate filed an RTA to UPSC, you know that in civil service, right now in prelims examination, which two examinations are combined right now? Forest service and civil services, common prelims, correct? The candidate filed an RTA to UPSC. On what basis you are selecting the candidate based on a common prelims? For that, UPSC gave a reply. We select the candidates based on functional matrix. What is functional matrix? No one in India knows. What the next thing you want to do is, file an RTA and ask what is functional matrix means. Then they give such a diplomatic answer you cannot understand. So what UPSC is saying is, don't ask question, go and study, correct? So UPSC technically can file, but most of the time UPSC will not respond properly. Diplomatic, they give some answers. As a common man, we can't understand, correct? A lot of examples are like that. Just quickly, any clarifications? So if it is not replied in within 30 days, what are the logical step as per the actors? Every department have a PIO, Public Information Officer. You need to apply to him. It takes 30 days to give the information. If that is not being given, there's an appellate authority. Within the same organization, next official will be appointed as appellate authority. You need to take the case to him. If he is not responding within the same time frame, then it goes for CIC or SIC. For example, if you are putting an RTA to a corporation, for example, Madras Corporation, if they are not responding, that goes for State Information Commission. If you are putting an RTA for railways, if they are not responding, that goes for Central Information Commission. So that's the procedure on which it happens. Okay. And anyone interested to file an RTA, there are a lot of NGOs working for it. You just contact them, they'll help you. Another most important thing is how you ask the question. That is most important thing. As a common man, if you try to file an RTA with a question, they can easily fool us because question will not be very prompt. They can use that as a loophole and they never give informations. You ask some NGOs who are in the RTA implementation areas, they help you a lot if you are interested. Okay. To scrap Official Secrets Act and to include key provisions in National Security Act. Key provisions in National Security Act. Okay. Okay, right on the next topic is corruption. Next topic is corruption. We'll start with this and we finish off. Next topic is corruption. So can you list out corruption cases in India? What are different corruption cases in India? We just take for another 5 minutes. We'll finish off. Okay. What are the good examples of corruption cases in India? 2G is one. Apart from 2G, what will the other one is? Okay, Rafael. We'll list it out and we'll see that Rafael is one. Okay. And next thing is Bofors is one. Apart from this, any other aspects? Any other good examples of corruption cases in India? Bofors is one. Rafael is one. Two. We'll listing out. We'll see what is corruption case or not. Any other thing apart from this? Coal scam. That is what we called as Colgate scam. Then apart from this, Colgate scam, Commonwealth Games, correct? Commonwealth Games, Fooder scam. Okay. And please understand, first these two are not corruption. Keep that in mind. Because 2G spectrum, court said that there is no corruption involved. So you can't claim in your answers 2G spectrum is a corruption. It cannot be. The next thing is Rafael. Please understand, Rafael is an allegation. It's not proven anywhere. Congress says that there's some corruption involved, but there's no proof of it. So Rafael is also not a corruption. Just as a common man, we think as a corruption, but that's not the reality. But these are established ones. For example, Bofors. What the importance of Bofors scam is? For the first time in India, based on Bofors case, anyone have an idea? Who was the person implicated in it, Bofors scam? Okay, who was the person implicated in Bofors scam? Which authority is that? For the first time in India, please understand, Prime Minister was implicated in Bofors scam. For the first time in India. Corruption happens across India. For the first time, Prime Minister was implicated. And another interesting thing is, if we take Bofors scam, what is the value of that scam? Any idea? What is the value of corruption, Bofors scam? Any idea? Any approximate numbers, Bofors scam value? Please understand, Bofors scam value was around 70 crores, 70 to 80 crores. Until now, government has spent around 450 crores to crack the case. Okay, this is the interview question. Whether this is a good expenditure or not. What's your opinion? For 70 crores corruption case, government spent around literally 500 crores to crack it. Is it good or bad? What's your opinion on it? Please understand, if you think from financial point of view, it's bad. But for democracy, this need to be done. Why for democracy this need to be done is, what you are establishing here, what you are establishing is the concept of rule of law. No one is above the law, and democracy is more important. So don't take any stand from financial point of view. Okay. So Bofors scam, Colgate scam is nothing but allocation of coal blocks. Commonwealth Games, you know that corruption was involved in that. Next thing is Fooder scam. Fooder scam, which was a politician highly implicated in Fooder scam, who lost the office, is Lalu Prasad Yadav, correct? Lalu Prasad Yadav. So these are the few examples of corruption cases in India. Can you say when in modern day India corruption case started? We got independence by 47. When corruption started in India? Which year? Which year? Any approximate years? 1947 we got the independence. What year we got the first corruption issues? 1960. Then 1970. 1947. Please understand, the first corruption case started in India by 1948. Within a year, corruption started. What we call as Jeep scam. What is Jeep scam is, Indian Army bought a Jeep and it landed in Mumbai port. Then only government knows that we are getting the Jeeps. Because there was an Indian diplomat in UK, ordered the Jeeps for Indian government, even government never know it. And later that person becomes the defense minister. Who was the defense minister of 1962? Any idea? He resigned the job because of India-China war. Anyone able to identify the personality? No, Krishna Menon. Krishna Menon was the defense minister who lost the job of 1962 war, correct? He was a diplomat during 1948. He ordered the Jeep for Indian Army, even government never know it. So modern day corruption started by 48 itself. Okay. Don't assume that we need to wait for 60s and 70s. Day one itself we have a corruption case. Okay, I don't know what is corruption means. Corruption means misuse of public authority. Misuse of public authority for vested interest. For vested interest. That is political interest. That is political interest. Personal interest. And financial interest. Financial interest is called corruption. It's called corruption. Assume that there's a collector allocating a tender. What is political interest in that thing is? You need to allocate the tender based on merit. What's political interest in that is? Compromise the merit and allocate the tender based on party identities, correct? And what is personal interest in that is? What is personal interest in this? Compromise the merit and allocate for friends or family members. And what is financial interest? Very logical one. Get the money and allocate the tender. So that is called corruption. Okay. So today we'll stop with this. Remaining things see in the next class. Okay. Any clarification in today's session? Okay, just go through that. Any clarification in today's sessions? Any doubts or clarification? Online candidates, any points I want to repeat? Any doubts or clarification, please ask me. So Indian Evidence Act, I don't, any unpublished informations, any clarification? Just wait, online candidates, any clarification? Okay, you can leave. Okay, I'll repeat, Indian Evidence Act, any unpublished informations can be provided only based on authorization of head of the department. Repeat the point of confidentiality classification to identify government information as commercial and top secret. Commercial and top secret information. Next, the top secret informations need to be in public domain after